doctors have joined for this morning. Um, in this session, yesterday Dr. Sunil Dutt had discussed about the experimental method of research. Before we start the task in the next session on experimental research, we have invited two scholars here, one from mechanical engineering and the other from civil engineering. They will share with you how the experimental study is conducted in their area, what were their independent variables, like that, so that it gives you more clarification how the experimental studies are conducted in science and engineering. So our first presenter is Mr. Sukhdev Singh. He is faculty in CCET college here in Chandigarh, and he is also PhD scholar in our institution. So I won't take time much, and I request him to share with you his experimental method of research. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Good morning, everybody. My name is Sukhdev Singh. I am research scholar at NITTTRCHD in the Department of Mechanical Engineering Department and lecturer at Chandigarh College of Engineering and Technology. Today I am going to discuss my some part of my research work. Okay. PPT कहाँ से आएगी?
सर पेन ड्राइव
सेव कर ये ठीक so experimental research in mechanical engineering with the help of design of engineering, you can optimize your product or a process. It is a you can say it is very powerful statistical tools in which you can design your product or you can design your study by giving at two-level factorial screens or general factorial studies or response method, surface methodology, mixed design techniques are there, and combination of two factors. What are these levels are there? Basically, I am doing my work by using design expert experiment in which these options you can be opted for. For example, two-level factorial screening in which it can this type of study your product and process you can identify your factor which can affect your process and product and you can make a breakthrough improvement. What is the two level? I have discussed about that. If for example there are four factors are there: temperature, pressure, concentration, stirring rate. These are the factors are there, and it has 2 degrees. One is maximum level, second is high level. Low level, second is high level. For example, temperature maximum level or high level is 35 degree and low level is 24 degree. So it has two level factorial problem is there. And if it is 3 level, for example, in my case, yeah, in case of mechanical engineering, in case of CNC milling, 3 factors are there. Cutting speed is there, feed is there, depth of cut is there, and I have selected 3 levels. One is minimum level, one is maximum level, and one is middle level. So I have 3 level, and in this type of problems we can say that this is 3 level factorial problems. So design of expert DOE, it can provide us the it can optimize the process which is of 2 level or it may be of 3 levels. So in two levels, you can say you can identify the vital factors which can affect your process. In that case, in the second, you can factorial or discover the best combinations of another factors, such as what are the source. For example, I have taken this type of study, source versus the supply of raw material of any study. This type of problems can be solved through this software. Then another method, this is known as response surface method, which is almost used in every you can say mostly used. This type of RSM method used in every experimentation work. This will give you the optimal process setting to achieve the peak performance, so that your responses can be filled up or your responses can be seen on the surfaces. Then there mixed design techniques are there, which can discover the ideal recipe for your product formulations. There can be combination of RSM and other type of techniques. Then combination of process, this is like that you have to mix your cake with different ingredients, then bake it too. So this is the general study what about the DOE gives these type of experimentations, yeah, these type of options in this program. So this is one that is I have already explained what is two-level factorial design and what is three-level factorial designs. So this is I have made a general DOE process chart in which it can you can see that first you have to define your objectives and what are your measurable responses in your experimental work. Define objectives means you have to clear what are your objective. For example, in my case, yeah, in my research work, my objective may be minimization of surface roughness and tool vibrations in CNC milling machines. So this is my objectives. And what are the measurable responses? Responses are that in which your objective can be effect. So my objectives, my measurable responses are the most important two things. Number one, surface roughness. Second is tool vibration. There may be some other variables like my tool life is another type of responses may be there. So these are when you have to clear about your objectives. These variables can be find out through brainstorming sessions or fishbone diagrams on any other type of you can select the variables. Then you have to input your data by giving these are the some type of mixture worksheets are theirs and design selections, or combine the design work and then go to directly to the residual analysis. Otherwise, input stage, then you have to go for the stage for factorial worksheet and give the selection. Then you have to give through RSM design, then residual analysis. Then you have to optimize your product work for to achieve your objectives. So this is the general layout or the flow chart in which every DO process must be followed. I have lay out some of the design work in bullet forms. For first thing, when you have to design your experimental work, it is these are the check sheet like that. You have to define the object of your experiment, then you identify your responses, how they can be measured, you have to know that. Then you have to decide the variable to investigate. Third, then you have to choose the lower level and higher level of each factor so that we can estimate the difference generated in the responses. That difference is known as delta. That value is known as delta. So then you have to select your design, be specific, block your known, if there are some variations are there that can be filtered out, or then you have to make the design. Next step that is you have to choose the model from which the subject matter of knowing the relationship between the factor as well as the responses. Then you have to evaluate your design, then go over the design for physical setup and design execution work. Determine how to hold the non-DOE variant constant. Identify your controllable variables, can they be monitored or not, and establish the procedure for running an experimental work. Then you have to negotiate time, material, what are your budget constraints are there, you have to what expenditures you have to invest or not. Then to discuss any other special consideration for this experimental with management. Then you make up your plan for studies, and then you have to perform your confirmation test. So before starting the DOE planning, these are the 4 major steps which will guide you how to appropriate the factorial design based on your signal to noise ratio. Signal to noise ratio, as I have defined you first, this is the 4 step. One, you have to identify your opportunity and define the objects. Second is to define the change delta y, which is to detect, that is your signal. And second is to estimate the experimental error, that is sigma, that is known as noise. And this signal to noise ratio is used to estimate the power of your experimental work. This is very important step. You have to estimate it. Then you have to select the input factor for the study and then the design for your factorial work. For example, I have given some of the one example here to how to um, calculate, how to study your estimate your power of your experimental work. For example, I say determines how many runs you need to achieve at least 80% chance power for revealing an acting signal of delta. Okay, so that means this is you can say the journal, this is your say, or this is your, I can say ki what is one of the example is this, what is the ideal color or type phase combination to maximum the readability of video display terminals. The factors are foreground black and yellow, background white on gray, or typeface Arial time Romans. So a typically or any other say 2 raised to the power 3 design in which 8 run is set up to minimize the time needed to read a 30 word paragraph. So I says in this particular example, a 1 second improvement is the smallest value around the interest from the client. That means this is our signal. Delta is equal to 1 second. A prior DOE reveals that standard deviation of 0.8 second is in readings. That means our noise is 0.8. So the ratio of this signal to noise ratio is 1 divided by 0.8. It will give you 1.25. That means we want to detect whether it to be at least 80%. Okay, so how will we have to do that? This is the design expert. When you have to enter that, this will give you the how the responses are to be filled in that particular series. For example, in this case our signal to noise ratio is 1.25. when we have to give the response 1 and find and give it the time in second and signal 1, and noise ratio, signal to noise ratio is 0.8, it will give to 1.25 ratio. It will show us that probability of detecting 1 second difference at 5% alpha. That means if you can go for a normal curve, 95% confidence, our power is only 27.6. That means only 2 raised to the power 3 or 8 run is not sufficient with to get the desired power of 80%. For what we can do that, for we go back and block the second replica in which it will give the power, and it will power go up to 62.5 62.5%. This is also not a good enough. Then we have to get for the third replica block to the design. It will give us 24 run practicals, and when we have to evaluate it, it will give us the 80% chance for the ratio of 1.25. So this is how we can calculate the minimum number of experiment required for any design by using the signal to noise ratio. So this is one of the very important factor in deciding the number of experimental work in every work. So this is, now I come to my research work. I have did the minimization of surface roughness and tool vibration in case of CNC milling operations. So in this case, so my objective is very much clear in my topic. I have to minimize my surface roughness and tool vibrations, but there are some other variables are which can affect. When I have to minimize the surface roughness and tool vibration, it can affect my tool life also, which is not my objective in this study. So what can I do, how I have to perform that? I have taken the workpiece. I have chosen this tool die steel EN31, which has the following composition. These are the standard composition of my workpiece material, and I have done it on the CNC milling machines with 2-bit tungsten carbide insert. You can see that this is my tool holder in which 2 inserts has been inserted to for my milling operations. And this is my cutting conditions. What are the cutting conditions? These are basically my input parameters are there, variables are there. These are the variables which can affect the to achieve my objective of minimization of surface roughness and tool vibrations. So these are the cutting conditions are there. First one is cutting speed. This is my first variable. Second is feed during the work. Third is of depth of cut, and fourth one is environmental. Environmental means whether I doing the dry machining or any other type of machining. So for EN31 tool die steel, and from the machine tool design data book, the appropriate cutting speed I have taken 100 to 180 meter per minute, and feed 0.1 to 0.2 mm per tooth. The depth of cut is approximately about 0.75 to 1.25. This is these are the data from the literature I have taken from the literature work as well as the machine tool design data handbook. So this is the control level of the control factors. So I have gone for three levels. One is low, one is medium or middle, then is high. So cutting speed, for cutting speed, lowest speed is 100 and maximum speed is 180, and middle is 140. Again, tooth feed is 0.1 to 0.2 and middle is 0.15, and in case of depth of cut it is 0.75 mm to 1.25 and middle is 1 mm. So this is the factor, these are the control factor, these are the input factors which I have to choose in from the literature work and design data books. So this is the this is the 3-axis vertical milling machines. This is installed in the Department of Mechanical Engineering, NITTTR, on which I have experimentally did my work. So how to measure the surface finish? Surface finish, I have taken this a Methodolgy surface roughness tester, on which this is a portable type of tester is there, which is you can directly mount it on the workpiece. So I have measured the surface roughness after each cut on the workpiece at the 3 locations, and the measurement was done in the micron, and average of these 3 readings were recorded accordingly. So then this is another type of machines of this is a machine vision system of SIPCON. This is also a new machine on which is used to observe the you can say the flank wear of my cutting tools. So flank wear or the tool life of my cutting tool is observed when when to attain the flank wear of 300 micron. 300 micron, it is an standard terms from ISO standard for conducting the tool life or testing the tool life of end mill test. So this is the type of machine on which I have measured the flank wear. You can see that I have made this type of arrangement on which the insert can be fitted down and this image can be enlarged on the this monitor, from where I can measure this flank wear of micron. This will give us the accuracy in case of 1 micron each. So this is very good machine. And third one is to capture the vibration amplitude of tool. So for that one I have attached an accelerometer, 3-axis accelerometer of National Instruments. This accelerometer I have attached to the spindle of my CNC machines, which is connected to a desktop having LabVIEW software through this CRIO. This is the chassis for making this one to capture this vibration amplitude, and it's this amplitude was given in term of accelerations. That is, what are the amplitude, what are the vibration I have measured. This is given in meter per second square. The signal it will deliver, that is captured in a computer, and that signal can be used to measure the or to in my experimental work. Then how, now after deciding my input factors, what I where to do the experimental work, now the next step is to design my experimental work. So the experimental work done I have done on design expert software. Sorry. So when you have to select that experiment, double click on then. So this is the first screen you have to find out, on which by clicking a new design you can go for select your design work. So this will give you, now when you can see that there are 4 factors are there. One is factorial, second is response surfaces, third one is of mixture, fourth one is combined. Basically this is what is, these are the type of the factorial designs you can design it out. This is, in this case, this is, you can say that 2-level factorial design. This is again given 2-level minimum run. So this is the how to design your work, or what are the design you have to chosen for. So for my work I have chosen the response surfaces methodology, and under response surface methodology I have chosen the miscellaneous as an my design work. Miscellaneous, it will give us the 3-level factorial in which approximately 27 experiment he has decided about. So this is the, when you have to put your data into that into that screen, it will design your experiment for in the coded form. Coded forms means if your speed is uh, -1, -1, -1, that is the lower speed, and feed and depth of cut. And in terms of actual factors, you can see that this is your first experiment, speed is at 100 and feed and depth of cut. Now you have to do the experimental work as the design of experiment gives you the 27 runs about that. After doing that, after doing that type of experimental, that first experimental 100 meter per minute at the feed of 0.1 depth of cut, I have find out what is my surface roughness, what is my vibration amplitude, and what is my tool life at that particular setup. And ultimately I have go for 27 runs and recorded all the values of surface roughness as well as the vibration amplitude as well as the tool life of 27, and these values has been recorded in our design experimental work. design. After, when you have to submit your data into that software, it will give you for first one, when you have to go for, it will go for interaction with that. You can see that on the left hand side of your transformation option has been appear in the main window. When you have to go for that, it will give you that your transformation as a none. That means your this is already given by the software key that no transformation is required to your data, or otherwise it will give you the square root or another type of natural log and other rot which they have decided it out. You can do for that. Then the next experiment, it was given that this is the fit summary square. Fit summary will give you the option for which type of equation of the data is best suited for your data. For example, in my case, it is suggested for surface roughness. First I go for the surface roughness only. For surface roughness, it will give me the quadratic terms. For example, this is another sources are there, linear, 2f, cubic, and quadratic is most suited summary for my work. So based on that, I will go for third one, transformation fit summary. Then third model, I will process for the quadratic options. So when you have to go for the quadratic options, then next was to check your data for ANOVA, analysis of variation. ANOVA is another method which can be, it says that your model is significant or not significant. It will give the value of f or p values. If your value, for example, this is one of the example is there, the f value is 12.57, that means the model is significant. And if this value is more than 0.05, that means your terms are significant. Basically these are the type of you can see calculation, but this software calculate, yeah, tested the ANOVA itself. You have to do nothing with that. In my case, it will give the f value is 0.03 and my model, quadratic model for the surface roughness, is significant one. And from the f value you can see that it can give this type of an 5.23 is the maximum factor. That means 5.23 corresponding to my depth of cut. That means depth of cut, it means the depth of cut is the most important factor which affect my surface roughness. And second one is 5.96, that is the combination of speed and depth of cut. So these are the two factors which affect my experimental work mostly. So depth of cut as well as the speed and combination of speed and depth of cut. So from that, then another term is R square term is there, which is predicted, or which is you can see that whether this is our data is desirable or not desirable. For example, this type of equiprecision one term is there. If the ratio is more than 4 is desirable, and in my case you can see that it is 7.013. So that means the data given for the RA value is desirable in my case. So then next step, by using this design of experiment, it can give the intercept about the equation for true life and another type. That means the intercept means it will give the my array value, that how much intercept of speed, feed and depth of cut and others are given, and from here I have give it into the form of mathematical equations. So these equations, these are the two type of equation. It will give into the two forms. One is coded form, second is in the actual forms. So surface roughness, that is in my case, yeah, in my mathematical model, this is the equation given by the software. 0.33 intercept, first interaction is 0.33, then speed is 0.13, that is for speed. For a, that is plus a plus 0.15, 0.2 into 3c. So this is the intercept which it is given. For example, b square is there minus 0.17, so b square here and minus 0.17. This is in term of actual coded, that is 1 or minus 1. And in term of actual factors, when you have to apply actual velocity, actual feed of speed, then this is the equation in term of RA value. So for RA, similarly, I have go for the third tool life as well as for my tool vibrations. Three terms are I have decided on. So second I have skipped out. Similarly, these equations for tool life is square root of tool life. This one surface roughness, that is, this will give into the quadratic forms. You can see that because my model was quadratic, I have selected which he has opted one. Second, for tool life, it will interactions of two factors, that means a into c or b. This is to the given the best options, so this is in the form of two factor forms. And third one, this is my vibration amplitude, it will suggest the linear model for that, and the equations I have found for vibration amplitude is in form of linear one. So these are the three type of, you can say, these are my mathematical equations or mathematical model in term of to find out the RA value, or you can see tool life as well as the vibration amplitude. So for another for after going innova, another test is, you can see that diagnose my result work. You have to see the tab of diagnose after innova. It will give out lot of plot. Mostly the normal plot of the residual is to be given. So this is the normal plot is given. How it is to be decided, I have to see that. So this is my work for my predicted as well as the actual work for in case of surface roughness. Surface roughness, you can see that there are some blue dots are there, some red dots are there, and some white dots are there. So these are the blue dots which is more close to the these fitted values. This is almost this range of the surface roughness are showed, or these are the required values. And red colors, these are the these values which are deviated from the experimental work. So but the mostly in my case, these are the in and around near about my actual middle value, and these values are acceptable one. Then this is the another type of plot which you can see from this design expert. This is known as boxcut plot. It can give, or it can find out the value of lambda. Lambda is it can search about the confidence level on which you can see that in my case, if it is outer side minus 5 to 5, that is not desirable, but in my case it is minus 6.45, which is, that means no transformation is recommended in my experimental work. So then there are another these are the model graphs you can got from the this software. So these model graph of one factor, two factor, three factor response graphs are there. One factor in which, for example, in my case, this is one factor graph is there for speed versus RA value. You can see that on the x-axis this is speed is there, and on this is surface roughness is there. And mainly you can see that at the lower speed, if the cutting speed is below, the roughness is low. Then if the at middle it is higher, then it is low, but it is within our dimensions limits, resulting that this is also resulting the classical theory of my machining process parameter. So this is a one factorial method, yeah, or one factor of doing how to got that one factor graph. Another factor, yeah, another second variable was my feed. You can see that feed rate versus the um, surface roughness. Again, it will give, you can see that the feed and that depends upon, but it is remains almost constant, but these are again within the limits which maximum and minimum value, and these are the all acceptable. That third factor was of depth of cut. Depth of cut also in the interpret that the if the RA value will increase if depth of cut will increase, and again it is within the limits are there. Then another, this is another graph which you can say that perturbation graph is there. This is not nothing, that this is the combinations of three factors into the one factor on in one graph. You can see A, B, and C. A is for you can see that it can show factor A is goes for shows for your cutting speed, B is to B is curve for feed rate, and C is for depth of cut. And C is, you can see that the deviation of C curve is much more than A and B. That means the depth of cut is mostly influence your surface roughness parameter. So this is these are the graph which I have converted for only surface roughness. Similarly, you can go for another type of for my tool vibrations as well as for my tool life also. So this is then response surface graphs are there. Response surface graphs, it will gives you the in the graphs in the 3D form, which 3D forms you can go for the model graph, then 3D surfaces, and 3D surfaces it will give the surfaces into the 3D forms. Yeah, this is analysis. Then I will go for the अगर लास्ट टाइम अगर बस 2 मिनट में कर देता. हाँ जी. So these are the graph how we have to graph for the 3D graphs. This is the graph speed versus feed and depth of cut, and this is all. This is one of the graph I have made, the speed on surface roughness tool and tool vibrations. This is the analysis for that. This is on how the effect of on tool life and what is my tool vibrations are that. And this is for last one, the whether your solution is how to optimize that solution. Optimization solution, it will go for, you will go for a ramp graph. Ramp graph is it will by giving this type of, for example, speed, feed, and depth of cut, you have to cap your speed in range, feed maximum, depth of cut minimum, surface roughness of the objective you have to give minimum, maximum, and in the range. By giving this, it will give us this these parameters, that these are the, he has suggested two optimum result. One is in this factor desirability is 0.5, and second this is 0.556. I have selected one of them and validate my results. You can see that the predicted value and actual values, the residual work is like that. From here you can see that I have optimized my work for maximum tool life and minimum surface roughness. When I have to use this cutting speed given by the software, it from here I have see that the surface roughness is improved by almost 11.57 from the predicted values, and tool life is improved by 11.48, where the vibrations I have found to reduce by 8.77. So these are my outwork or from that. And this is you can see that from one of the paper in the Journal of Optimizations in Hindi publications, minimization of surface roughness. Thank you. If you have any questions, please.
ज़्यादा क्वेश्चन से आंसर से तो सीधे दे देंगे. So well, thank you, Mr. Sukhdev Singh, for the very nice presentation. He has highlighted how he has conducted his study, what were the independent, dependent variables, and what type of statistical techniques he has used. He has in this he has used ANOVA, multiple regression, like that. These things further will be discussed on Thursday next week also. So I will like to, means if anybody has questions on this, we can have little bit of that. I think DAV Institute of Engineering must have by now joined the center. Hanji, DAV.
Madam, this is from Civil College of Engineering.
मैंने DAV का ही करें पहले ना. First DAV से शुरू है. जो मैं center बोलूँगी ना, we will have some interaction from there, and then we will see. Yeah, first of all, we are talking about the DAV Institute of Engineering and Technology Jalandhar. ये DAV वाले ही है. हाँ जी, any questions please? आपके भाई 20 लोग नहीं दिखाई दे रहे हैं मुझको. हाँ जी, if you have any questions, you are welcome. इसको फिर किस तरह के क्वेश्चंस तो आप ही देंगे, मैं इधर हो जाती हूँ. ठीक है, आ जाओ. Okay, that's okay. It was just in the lighter vein because earlier 2 days there were such problems. So, any question from this end? No question. I move to YMCA. YMCA University of Science and Technology फरीदाबाद. आप ना आगे करते जाओगे फिर साथ में जैसे बोल रही हूँ.
Yes, ma'am.
Any
Hello.
question please? Any question please?
No question, ma'am, right now.
ये YMCA था.
हाँ जी.
Then I move to this Andhra Pradesh, Vijayawada. Institute of Technology and Engineering, Vijayawada. PVPS Institute of Technology, Vijayawada.
Good morning, madam.
Yes, sir.
I'm Sriram Vikas.
Yes, sir. Any question, please?
Yes, madam. I have a doubt in 3-level and 2-level. Madam, difference between 2-level and 3-level.
It is very easy. You can see that my slides are there. 2-level is when if
why we use 3-level, sir?
If the number of experiment you have conducted in case of 2 levels, the number of experiments are limited up to the you can say 8 or 16 to the power n, and in case of 3 factors you can see that the experimental work will be given by the 3 raised to the power 2, 3 raised to the power n, and you have to find out the more results, more accurate result by giving the 3-level factorial. 2-level one, I will explain you what is the 2-level or 3-level earlier. 2-level, for example, temperature, I have 2 levels, low level and well as high levels, and 3 levels. If I say that cutting speed is 3 levels, one is low level, one is middle, and one is higher, that is the 3 levels.
Temperature also can we make?
It can be used. It can be used. That low, it can be decided by yourself whether I have to go for 2 level or 3 levels.
But more accuracy we will get in 3-level, right?
3 level.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Very nice that you have listened to it with keen interest and raised certain questions. Sir, I am just wondering, you have given us the list of more number of participants, but I am not able to see that much in this center.
There are
14 participants, perhaps all are not present today. I can watch only. अब enter हो रहे हैं. अब इन्होंने तो miss कर दिया direction. They have missed it.
10 are there.
2 have just now joined. Okay, thank you, sir. Let me come to the next institution, Gandhi Academy of Technology and Engineering. Yes, sir. Any questions, please?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, sir. Any questions?
Can you able to hear me, madam?
Yes, we are hearing you, sir.
Good morning, madam.
Good morning.
I found sir's work is a very nice work. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
But one thing, I just have some doubts in that, because I am from computer science department, so there are some, you have shown one framework. By framework or the flow chart, you have defined the stepwise how you have to go and how to decide. So this is generally we are, when doing our research, you are designing the framework or a flow chart. we give a proposal, or our area of work is how to design a flowchart for a particular work. So in that,
This
yes,
is the general flow chart you can
yes,
make
sir, yes,
for
sir,
any
yes, sir.
experimental work, and this is the flow chart I have chosen to design an experimental work
Fine, sir. Fine. I
for
understood,
design
sir.
expert.
This is fine. I understood, sir. But this is sometimes you have to validate that chart,
Yeah,
so that
valid.
you have adopted one. You are not. You have to validate who
Yeah,
designed that chart.
validate the result when you have to come out. The optimized results are with you. Last
Yeah,
you can see that optimized results are there. Then you have to validate your experimental work on that optimum values or that optimum parameters
thank
only.
you, thank you. Yes, okay. I am coming to your work. So when you are taking the minimum, maximum, and the middle value, three values you are taking.
Here I have taken the minimum value of for go for my slide. This is for cutting speed. I minimum
Yes,
is
I
100.
understand.
Yeah,
But when by taking these three, what
yeah.
is the criteria to take the minimum? Because
So
when I am going for
this
the
this is the
once,
criteria. This is you have to choose in what type of the material you have to machining for, and that criteria or that machining parameter will be given from the any design data book or from the past literature work.
okay, but when we are taking for this academic assessment, you
Yeah.
are taking minimum five stages, very
Mi-
good, good,
mi-
bad, and excellent. Like this, minimum five stage you are taking to analyze. Madam, I think I am clear about that, because five minimum level we are taking. But how in a experiment by the minimum three you can come to a conclusion? Because when you take five,
It depends upon the nature of the experiment. Even if he has taken the three readings, he can come up to that. Of course, if he could have gone for the more number also, but even three
Cost
will
of
suffice
experiment
also.
will also.
but
There
then
are other factors start coming in, and
very,
I think if the three are coming quite close to each other, then there is he can, and the cost and other factors are there, then he can stop it there also.
okay, thank you. Madam, when we have to design a flowchart, because I am coming to my area of research, so
Yes.
how I will take this dependent and independent variables?
It
When
depends.
Hello,
I just offhand I
madam.
can't just say these things, because maybe in certain disciplines you have that type of thing. But say here he was saying that there may be other variables which are affecting, but I have not taken care of. It means there is some scope you define for your research. You
Mhm.
cannot take everything in one piece of work. Certain things are left for the
Hello,
further research also.
madam.
Okay, thank you,
Madam,
thanks.
we are from TIT College, Bhiwani. Madam,
हाँ जी सर.
hello.
हाँ जी सर
I'm
बताइएगा.
Dr. K. Chatterjee from TIT College, Bhiwani.
Yes sir.
Uh, although, first of all, I'd like to congratulate the very good work he has done. But the question is how he has selected these levels, three levels, whether the practical point of view it is useful or not, if that can be covered. And another work, suppose there are various kinds of design of experiments techniques. There are some comparative studies, if it is can be made, so that can be shown to us,
I
madam.
understand there could have been examples from each disciplines who have joined this, and there, because just now when he was talking about the independent and dependent variables in the case of computer science, say when you are developing any new software, the things may be of different type. When we
Right.
come to these type of things, there were we talking of temperature, pressure, and he was talking that certain other materials can also affect his results, and to
Yes.
some extent he has controlled. So these things may differ from discipline to discipline also. So
Yes.
you
Yes.
just, we can't have means one answer for all disciplines for all types of experiments also. Here
Yeah,
he
that's right.
has
That's
taken
right.
three
Yes.
things and manipulated all of them. It might have been there that he is just taking three variables and not manipulating further them. Only at one stage the experiment is conducted. So the researcher decides what will be the scope of his work. right? So that will put certain deadlines on this. Point is, it's not that what type of limitations you may say or controls are there. Point is, whatsoever you are doing, under what conditions you are doing, you are to write those things in your research report, so that, because when we said that good research is which later on anybody can verify it, say he has done some work taking those aspects only, and under those conditions, if any other person in mechanical engineering wants to verify those results, he will be able to verify those results. So point is, whatsoever are the limitations.
Madam, how you have
Yes,
selected
sorry.
the actual level to be answered? The selection of levels, actual levels.
Creation of my three levels factorial can be done. This is not I did experiment work directly on these materials. I have conducted some pilot or a run before starting the actual machining. Second, I will take the data from the past literature work as well as the handbook data of the this machining research book.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, TITS Bhavani, from there. Let me now come to the last question. And for that, I will be inviting Government Engineering College, Bharatpur. Government Engineering College, Bharatpur. सर आपके लोग तो बहुत कम हैं, मुझे तो आपने 30 की लिस्ट भेज दी थी.
Yes,
Any
ma'am.
question first? Okay. Any question first of all, sir?
Actually, ma'am, I want to ask one question only.
Yes, sir.
Ma'am, there are limit of minimum and maximum limits are taken by the experiment in the experiment. How we can decide minimum and maximum limit? Can we expand these limits?
Sure.
For example, I have taken the cutting speed. First variable is my cutting speed. I have taken the minimum limit. Minimum limit is 100 and maximum limit is 180. Beyond, if I taking the beyond 180, my experimental work doesn't work because my insert cannot be worked about that, and about 100 minimum it will take more time. That means my experimental work I have to fix my constraint something below, and one is the maximum. Before 180 I can find out my tool life is almost negligible, or experimental cannot be worked on, so I have to limit that one. One is the lower one and another is higher one. Then accordingly from the literature review and by giving the trial run, I have estimated my levels.
So, sir, this is in literature that the maximum limit is 180. After that, the tool is not working properly.
Yeah, no, it will work, but my tool life will decrease.
Thank you, sir. Sir, just a minute with this institution. सर आपका मुझे आपने 30 की लिस्ट भेजी है, तो इस वक्त कितने लोग हैं वहाँ पे? मुझे 30 तो नहीं दिखाई दे रहे हैं.
30 is not there. Currently, we have only 20 participant here.
हाँ जी, तो 20 हैं, तो बाकी को फिर सर्टिफिकेट्स कैसे मिलेंगे? आप मुझे ये जो 20 इस वक्त है ना, उनकी लिस्ट भेज दीजिए.
Okay, ma'am.
हाँ जी, thank you, sir. Let me move to this. Thank you, Mr. Sukhdev, for being with us for this a very interesting session. Let me now request Mr. Gaurav Gupta. He will be taking a topic from civil engineering department, civil engineering area. He is also pursuing his PhD in our institution and has done and published papers on his research work. आइएगा प्लीज.
Madam,
थैंक यू.
excuse me, madam.
Excuse me, Dr.
यस सर. यस सर, प्लीज.
This is from Srinagar College of Engineering.
हाँ जी सर.
So I just want to ask you that is it because we are participating in full numbers we are not able to interact? Is it I mean discredit
नहीं,
for?
आप नहीं. If you look into the things, at some point of time I am giving chance to one center, and at some point of time I am giving chance to another, but definitely if you have you can ask the question. That's no limit. हम थोड़ी सी टी टाइम स्क्वीज कर देंगे, हमें क्या फर्क पड़ता है? Doesn't matter. I welcome you and I am happy that you have raised the question. Yes sir, please. हाँ जी. ये कौन सा सेंटर है? गांधी सॉरी सर, आइएगा प्लीज, आस्क द क्वेश्चन.
Yes, please.
हाँ जी सर, क्वेश्चन. Are you hearing me? Are you hearing me, sir? Am I audible?
It's okay, madam. We don't have any questions as such.
Me, madam.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any other center who wish to ask any question?
Yes, madam.
हाँ जी आइएगा.
This is from Vijayawada, madam.
हाँ जी सर बताइएगा.
Sir, once go to that EN31 tool, that slide, sir. That composition.
That is the general composition of EN31.
Sir, if we want to make different compositions, we want to make a composite. Some 6 elements are there. Actually, that is the generalized one. Already it is there in data book.
Yeah, this is the generalized one.
New material if you want to make in composites. So what combination, which levels and which factors we need to take, sir? If 6 elements are there in that.
So you have first you have to decide what type of composite you have to make, what type of the strength or what type of properties you have to find out, and what are the constituents that make your variables. This is you have to decide what type of percentage of constituent you have to make it out to make a proper composite. So that
tell for EN31, sir.
Yeah.
It is already there, but for example, if these 6 elements are there, if we want to make this kind of composite, what levels you need to take, sir? Which is here iron.
So this is composite. For I didn't make for that. That is another area. For the composite, what are the most I can see that the carbon or silicon, or which are the factor, which are the elements which affect the properties of the composite, that I have to take about that for the consideration for making the composites.
Thank you, sir. Any question, so that we move to the second presentation? Okay, if no question, let me request Gaurav Gupta to. हाँ जी sir, हाँ जी.
IC group of institutions, Greater Noida.
हाँ जी सर आइएगा. हाँ जी बताएं.
I have one question.
Yes sir. हाँ जी, डॉक्टर संतोष कुमार जी हैं. Hello.
CNC milling. Hello.
Hello sir.
The title of this research is minimization of surface roughness and tool vibrations in CNC milling machine. Hello.
Hello. Sir, we are hearing you.
Okay. All the parameters related to surface roughness and tool vibrations are same. Even tool vibration is responsible for surface roughness. So why we are having this this large title? Can we reduce this title to minimization of surface roughness only, or minimization of tool vibrations only in CNC milling operations?
My objective was to minimize the surface roughness and tool vibration, and to increase the tool life also. That I had already eliminated in that one, but it can be there. The minimization. This is the 2 factors. When I have to optimize my work, I have to given for keep my surface roughness should be minimum and tool vibration will be minimum. I didn't consider even tool life and another type that can be opted. This is up to the you can decided whatever the experimental you have to done that.
I think, sir, surface roughness is based on tool vibrations.
Yeah.
So all parameters you have taken is responsible for tool vibration. And
tool vibrations, that is tool vibration is combinations of feed and depth of cut, and surface roughness mainly depend on the cutting speed. That is why I have to take in surface roughness as well as the tool vibrations.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. सर आपके सेंटर में पूरा दिखाई नहीं दे रहा हमें, आपका सेंटर पूरा. आपके कैमरे का थोड़ा सा. हाँ जी, तो लोग तो 3 ही बैठे हैं. आपने तो हमें लिस्ट लंबी लंबी दे दी. आप मेरे को, आप सर आपने जिन्होंने क्वेश्चन पूछा उनका नाम क्या है? मुझे आप अपने नाम बता ही दें. आई एम सीइंग ओनली 5 पीपल सिटिंग देयर. आप मुझे ये 5 लोगों के नाम भेज दीजिएगा. जो 5 लोग बैठे हैं उनके नाम भेज दें मुझे आज. May I know your name, sir?
My name is Mukesh Kumar.
Kumar. You are from IEC Institute, Group of Institutions, Noida. Am I right?
Yeah, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, and you have raised very good questions. You are right in saying हम generally चाहते हैं कि title of the research जो है that should be small, but at the same time it has to convey what is being going to be done. So जो major variables हैं जो इन्होंने point out किए हैं सुखदेव जी ने, that had to be shown in the research title also. Thank you, sir. And now we move to the second presentation. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Mute कर दो. और बैठे हैं?
Good morning to all faculty members and the participants of the program. I am here to give a study on experimental research in civil engineering. The topic of my research is effect of fiber length on polyester fiber reinforced soil. This is a paper I published in USA in the University of Nevada in March 2016. Coming on to the introduction part. Randomly distributed fiber soil comprises of soil mixed with fiber arranged in a random position. So first of all, we need to know why are we mixing fibers in soil. These fibers are mixed in soil in order to increase the shear strength and the tensile strength of soil. Randomly oriented discrete fibers improve the load deformation behavior of soil through interlocking and through surface friction. Fiber reinforcement works as a tension, resistance and as a frictional element. As we can see here in the picture, a road comprises of various layers. This is a typical section of a flexible pavement. In this, there is the lowermost layer is a subgrade layer which we are trying to improve upon by adding fibers. We have chosen polyester fiber over here. Polyester fiber is a synthetic fiber derived from air, water, coal and petroleum. Polyester fiber used in this research is manufactured by Reliance India Limited under the brand name of Recron R3S. Some properties of these fibers are shown here. The shape is triangular, effective diameter is 10 to 40 microns, length 6 and 12 millimeters. Both the lengths are used in this investigation and effect has been studied and compared. Specific gravity is 1.31 to 1.39, melting point 150 degrees Celsius, tensile strength 4.6 MPa and Young's modulus is greater than 5000 MPa. The purpose of this research. The purpose of this research is to examine the effect of fiber length on polyester fiber reinforced soil by conducting California bearing ratio tests. So first I would like to come to what are the main elements in this research, what are the variables, independent variables, dependent variables and extraneous variables. The length of polyester fiber used in this research is of 6 mm length and 12 mm length. Objectives of research. The first objective is to determine the influence of content of polyester fiber on various lengths 6 mm and 12 mm to find out the maximum dry density of soil and the optimum moisture content. This study is done on two kinds of soil in order to cover the wide aspect ratio of various kinds of soil available in India, one being sand and other being clay. To find out maximum dry density and optimum moisture content, we are doing modified Proctor compaction tests. Second objective is to study the effect of percentage content of fiber of various lengths on California bearing ratio, both soaked and unsoaked. Again, on both types of soil, sand and clay. Coming down to the materials used, types of soil used, one is sand and one is clay. Experimental program involved in this research. First, we classify the soil based on IS 2720 part 4 and 5. By doing this, we came to know one soil is sand and one soil is clay. Next, modified Proctor compaction tests were done based on IS 2720 part 8. And thirdly, California bearing ratio test was done on code name is IS 2720 part 16. This is a typical testing machine of California bearing ratio test. This is a strength test in which we come to know how much the strength of soil has increased, which will be used in the subgrade layer of road. This was first devised by engineers of California Division of Highways in 9 years from a period to 1938. This is the most universally accepted pavement design method. It's a standard penetration type load deformation test carried out using values obtained from the test from an empirical design chart. The pavement thicknesses are calculated. The specimen for the test may be prepared in the laboratory or can be taken directly from the site. The mold of the specimen has following specifications. 1. Diameter is 150 mm, height is 127.3 mm. There is a separate base plate and there is a collar plate. The specimen is soaked and the expansion of the sample is also noted. The load is applied through a cylindrical plunger whose diameter is 50 mm. The rate of penetration is 1.25 mm per minute. As the piston penetrates the soil, corresponding load is noted. The first load is noted for 2.5 mm penetration, whereas the second load is noted for 5 mm penetration. Now this load is expressed as a percentage by dividing the load to a standard load given by the designers of the experiment. As you can see in this figure, these are CBR molds which are soaked in water. The reason of soaking is to provide adverse moisture conditions to the road. Due to heavy rainfall, the subgrade soil would get submerged and this would lead to low CBR values. Hence, to counter this effect, we soak our samples for 4 days in water and then we take the readings called as soaked CBR readings. This is the CBR equation, which is 100 x by y, where x is the load at 2.5 and 5 mm penetration and y is the standard load of crust stone given by the designers of the experiment for 2.5 mm and 5.0 mm. Typical ranges of CBR value can be seen from this chart. As gravels are strong and the particle size is high, CBR ranges from 40 to 80. Whereas for poorly graded gravels, it is from 30 to 60. Similarly, for sands, well-graded sands have 20 to 40 CBR, or sands with fines have 10 to 40 CBR. In case of silt and clay, CBR considerably falls, and it ranges from 5 or less for OL soils, and for MH and ML it is 10 and 15. This is the basic line diagram of CBR test. As you can see here, applied load is applied through a standard plunger on this soil specimen. Two readings are taken, one for the load and second for the displacement. On the right side you can see California bearing ratio graph on which the effect of moisture content of CBR on CBR is shown. This is a modified Proctor compaction test. In this test, to perform a CBR test, first we need to know at what density are we going to fill the soil. For this, we need to perform modified Proctor compaction test. In this test, moisture, as you can see, there are 5 readings on the curve. Moisture is increased and corresponding density is noted. In this test, in a mold, we fill the soil in 5 layers by giving 25 blows to each layer, and the corresponding density is noted. The volume of this mold is 1000 cc, and hence we find out the maximum density which can be achieved. Now the CBR molds are filled at 97% of this density. The reason being that to achieve 100% density is not possible on field. Now I would like to come to the experimental part. Fibers are proportioned based on literature review of other researchers. These are the proportions of fiber: 0.1, 0.2, 0.3, 0.4, 0.5, 0.6, 0.7, 0.8, 0.9, and 1.0% by weight of dry soil. Dependent variables. Now coming to the variable parts, there are 3 types of variables: dependent, independent, and extraneous. A dependent variable is the one what you measure in an experiment, which is affected during the experiment, which we are trying to find actually. It is a variable whose value depends upon independent variables. Whereas independent variables, as the name suggests, is a variable that stands alone and is non-changeable by other variables. We have full choice of selecting the independent variables we want in a study. So in this study, independent variables would be soil. Coming to the type of soil, clay. Second type of soil, sand. Similarly, another independent variable is polyester fiber, one being 6 mm length and second being 12 mm length. As you can see, we have full choice of selecting these materials, and independent variables can be increased or decreased in order to cover the scope of work. Dependent variables would be maximum dry density, optimum moisture content, and California bearing ratio value. These values we are trying to find out by changing the independent variables. Third and the most important are the extraneous variables. Extraneous variables are undesirable variables that influence the relationship between the variables that an experimental examining. The influence of the outcome of an experiment through these variables are not of any interest otherwise, but they affect the main dependent variables. So in this study, these are the extraneous variables. First, improper mixing of fiber. If the fiber is not mixed properly in soil, there can be accumulation of fiber at one end of soil sample very high, whereas some portion of sample might be deprived of fiber. Second, improper compaction of soil. Soil needs to be properly compacted and uniformly compacted. Third, unskilled labor who doesn't know how to work properly with the soil. Next would be poor quality or contaminated water for soaking, which might, if some chemicals are present, there might be some reaction of water chemicals with the soil, which can lead to hazardous results. Improper shape or poor condition of molds of CBR in which soil will be filled. Using of non-calibrated dial gauges for load proving ring and for displacement ring. Laxity on the part of observer while noting down the readings of the experiment. He might not see the right displacement for the corresponding load. Improper calibration of load and displacement dial gauges. The period of soaking for CBR is 4 days. It should be very proper, and proper notice should be given to the observer when to take out the samples from water. In case you exceed for more than 4 days, like 6 hours or 8 hours, in case the lab is closed or there is some other problem, then the values would be changed. Now coming to the results and the observations of our research. Here we will study the effect of fiber length on maximum dry density in case of sand first. Maximum dry density, as we can see, is first shown for 6 mm length fiber, now for 12 mm length fiber. As you can see, the highest density is achieved at 0.3% fiber. Similarly, for fiber length in case of clay, The maximum dry density is achieved highest from 0.1 to 0.4% of fiber. Now comparing two different types of soil on the same graph, you can see maximum dry density of sand is 2.07 gram per cc, whereas for clay is 2.04 gram per cc. Effect of soil on maximum dry density with 12 mm fiber length. For sand, highest density was achieved at 0.3, whereas for clay, it was achieved from 0 to 0.4. Now the next part to study is optimum moisture content. We can see a small but a gradual rise for the optimum moisture content in case of sand. Secondly, for clay, the rise is a bit higher as compared to that of sand. Highest optimum moisture content of clay was noted at 1.0%, and the values were 11.5 and 11.4%. Similarly, effect of soil on optimum moisture content with 6 mm fiber was for again 1%, and the value was 11.5 and 12.2. Comparing the results of sand and clay for 12 mm fiber, we can see that the highest value again comes at 1%, giving similar results in both the soils and both types of fiber. Coming down to the last experiment, that is the California bearing ratio test. This is a strength test. The whole aim of our research was to improve the California bearing ratio. Once the California bearing ratio is improved, the upper layers of pavement, namely granular subbase, and bituminous concrete, their thicknesses can be reduced. Due to reduced thicknesses, there would be a higher economy achieved, as these layers are very expensive and costly as compared to the subgrade layer. So now, as we can see, by adding only 0.1% fiber, we have 12.4% CBR, but on adding 0.4% fiber, the CBR increased to 36.8, nearly around 3 times in sand. But the increase in clay is not as much as in sand. The reason could be the frictional resistance developed by sand when interlocking of granular particles. The particles of clay are very small, less than 2 micron, and also there is, due to plasticity, the clay is very weak in CBR. But in sand, due to proper interlocking, high tensile strength was developed with fibers. This is a variation of unsoaked CBR. As you can see, the values are higher for unsoaked than for soaked. In this, 55.5% of CBR was achieved for sand in unsoaked conditions, and 17.5% of 17.5% CBR was achieved by adding 0.5% fiber in clay. Now coming to the 6 mm length fiber, like in this case 25.9% CBR was achieved for 0.1% of fiber, and 4.6% CBR was achieved in clay for again 0.1% fiber. Yes, closing. Similarly, you can see the same behavior for unsoaked clay. Conclusions. Key findings. Sand, when impregnated with 6 mm polyester fiber, yields highest maximum dry density of 2.07 gram per cc. This was achieved at 0.3% polyester fiber by weight. Lowest value of maximum dry density was achieved at 2.0 gram per cc at 1% polyester fiber for 6 mm length. Sand, when impregnated with 12 mm polyester fiber, yields highest maximum dry density of 2.06 at 0.3% polyester fiber by weight. The decrease in polyester maximum dry density could be because of lower specific gravity of fiber, and also due to balling and curling effect of fiber when the fiber content is excessively high. Fiber intermingles with itself and forms small balls, due to which sand is not able to mix up uniformly, and hence some portions of sand is and some portions of fiber are distributed ununiformly. Key findings. Again, clay used in this project achieved maximum dry density of 2.04 gram per cc, and this remained constant until addition up till addition of 6 mm and 12 mm polyester fibers at 0.3 and 0.4% by weight of soil. The lowest value of maximum dry density obtained was 2.02 gram per cc and 2.01 gram per cc when 6 mm and 12 mm fibers were added, and this will gradually increase from 0.8 to 1% and from 0.9 to 1% polyester fiber by weight. Coming to the optimum moisture content, the maximum value was achieved at 12.2% and 12.4% at 1% polyester fiber in case of sands for 6 mm and 12 mm fiber length. In case of clay, it was 11.4 and 11.5 at same dosage. Now, the main part of the research, which was CBR, which we are trying to improve. Addition of 0.1% polyester fiber yields to of length 6 mm yields to soaked CBR of 25.87 and unsoaked CBR of 40.35 in sand. Increase in fiber content decreased the CBR in soaked and unsoaked conditions to 14.38 and 25.78 at 1% fiber. Similarly, for sand and 12 mm fiber, and decrease of CBR value in soaked and unsoaked conditions to 14.38 and 25.78 at 1% of fiber. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gaurav Gupta, for a very systematic presentation. I think you must have also come to know with this thing that what were the steps in the conduct of the experiment, what were the independent variable, dependent variables, and in addition you have seen how to reach at the conclusions and which are to be also written in your research reports. So, well, if there is any question from any, now I am open. Any center can come forward for any question. Yes, please. हरजोत किन्नी सेंटर को आप इनवाइट एनी सेंटर हाँ जी सेंटर का नाम दस देना कोई सेंटर नहीं any center who will like to have any question please.
Hello madam, this is from YMC University.
Yes sir.
Yeah, question. Hello ma'am.
Yes sir.
I am Emil Agrawal from YMC University.
Yes sir.
So was this research practically implemented anywhere? It was a good finding.
Yes sir. Sir, up till now polyester fiber is used in concrete as manufactured by Reliance Industries. In concrete is it used to take up the tensile cracking of concrete, but up till now only propylene fiber has been used in soil. So this is a new fiber which is used in sand and clay, and looking forward to the implementation in field, I would like to proceed my PhD work, after which I would like to use this in field as well, because this would give us much more economical results and much more economical results and much higher strength in rutting life and fatigue life of the pavement.
What was the approximate reduction in cost by using this technique?
Sorry, what was the, sorry sir, can you repeat?
What was the approximate reduction in cost?
Reduction in cost, sir.
Yes, yes.
Yes, sir. So reduction, like as you can see that the pavement CBR value is increased up to 4 times. So reduction reduction in cost is assumed and approximated to be around 4 times. Thicknesses of layer is reduced, and it depends upon the current construction cost of those layers. But one thing is sure that the layer thicknesses will reduce by 50% on improving the CBR by 4 times. So a study can be made on how much exactly, what is the statistical, what do you say, the budget and the cost analysis of the road, and how much thicknesses can be would be reduced, and then how much savings would be made.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Let any other center who has any question regarding this experimental study? Any other center, please?
Hello.
Yes, please. Yes, please.
Dronacharge College of Engineering, Gurgaon.
Yes, sir.
First question, ma'am, how to mix fiber with the soil?
Yes, in this case, we have mixed fiber with hand, because mixing of fiber is a big problem because fiber tends to have a balling and curling effect. So in this case, we have tried to mix fiber with hand, but another way is to mix it in water first and then add to soil. But in my study, I have mixed these fibers with hand using proper labor.
That is it in solid form or liquid form?
This is a polyester fiber. Like polyester is nothing but cloth. Like polyester filled pillows are there. So this is a form of cloth, you can say, small cloth, which is of which is of two lengths, 6 mm and 12 mm. And this is available as a product from Reliance. We have to buy it in packets. A packet is of 125 grams and costs around 47 rupees. But these can be availed at subsidized rates once we contact them for research purposes or for bulk purposes of construction.
Sir, is this fiber used in all courses, surface course, base course, sub-base course, and subgrade course, or only surface course?
No, I have used this in subgrade. My research is limited to soil, and this can be used in bituminous layers wherever tensile cracking can occur. Bituminous layers undergo fatigue failure. Fatigue is nothing but tensile stress accumulated due to wheel load application. So a research can be made on addition of polyester fiber in bituminous mixes. As we have seen, propylene fiber and coir fiber have been added to bitumen in past. This also can be added to bituminous layer. But my area of research is in subgrade layer and in geotechnical engineering of soil. So I have improved the subgrade because this is the most economical layer, because we don't have to pay anything for soil. It is available abundantly, and we are trying to improve this in order to decrease the upper layers of soil, upper layers of payment.
Thank you, sir.
Sir, one question.
Yes.
So when you choose this problem, have you consulted with the Reliance so that yes, this area is one of the effective area to do research, or just you have choose as per your requirements?
No,
because they have already developed one product, and the purpose also for to preparation of road. So when you are taking that experiment, this is for your convenience, means for your interest, or that is for the industry requirement you have taken that product?
No, this is not for my interest. Polyester fiber is achieved. First of all, this is achieved commercially, so it is easily available to all. But they are using only in concrete. So my interest was why not to use it in soil, where when very small amount, 0.4% by weight is added, and such high strength is achieved. Up till now, major work has been done using only propylene fibers, but very less work has been done on polyester fiber. So I wanted to use a new type of fiber, but it should be also be commercially available and easily available, and it should be added in a very low quantity so as to reduce the cost. And one most important finding was the sharp increase in CBR. If there is no the increase is not high, then economy would not be achieved. So once the CBR value is increased substantially, our research is validated that okay, you add this much amount of fiber because we have achieved a high improvement in CBR.
Thank you. This is the only area or the scope of domain in which you can use this fiber. Only this construction of road or any other purposes. It can be goes in of objective of research. So for building construction or for any other construction.
This fiber is currently being used in concrete. The main purpose of fiber is to overcome the tensile strains. As you can see, concrete cracks. So 12 mm fiber is used in mix design of concrete by Reliance, and 6 mm fiber is used in plastering of walls in mortar. All this done in order to take up the tensile stresses. So wherever tensile force is acting, we have to limit the cracking. Maybe in case of soil, or in case of concrete, or in case of plastering. So this takes care of the tensile stresses in the by stabilization of the soil or by stabilization of concrete.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Very nice questions are asked. So we thank the participants from at the center. Any other question from any other center, please?
One more question, ma'am.
Yes, please.
If the CBR fiber percentage 0.5 and we increase by the 1%, then the CBR value increases. If we increase by 2% or 3% or 4%, then what will be the result?
You, actually, fiber has very low specific gravity as compared to that of soil. So after 1%, it becomes non-workable because of bulking. As we try to compact the soil is not able to hold so much amount of fiber due to low specific gravity. Specific gravity of sand is 2.36, whereas of that of fiber is of 1.31. So you can see that fiber is almost half the specific gravity of sand. Even at 1.0%, it became non-workable due to bulking and balling effect of fibers. It was very difficult to mix the fiber and to distribute the fiber uniformly in soil because the amount of fiber became very high, and it was not able to intermix in soil and make a composite mixture. The soil was breaking from inside and it was not able to confine in the mold. Also, as we increase from 1%, economy will reduce as this fiber is pretty expensive as compared to waste materials. So we will be increasing the cost of our experiment unnecessarily. So one point was to keep the fiber content very low, or just 0.2, 0.3, 0.4, so that economy is also achieved.
Okay, sir. And one more question, sir. We are using 6 mm length and 12 mm length. Is
Yes.
this any diameter?
Yes, the diameter of the fiber is from 10 to 40 mic. I showed you in this slide. These are the specifications given by the company.
Okay. 10 to 40 mm.
As you can see here, as I told you, 10 to 40 micron is the effective diameter, and shape is triangular. So due to triangular shape, higher surface area of fiber is achieved. Specific gravity is 1.31, and it has a high melting point, 150 degrees Celsius. So it has good resistance to heat also.
Thank you, sir.
Welcome.
Thank you, everybody. If any questions more, or we disperse for the tea. Any question from any center, please? Okay, then thank you, everybody, and we are highly thankful to Mr. Gaurav Gupta for making nice presentation and responding to the various clarifications. We will be going for the tea break, and we will reassemble at 11:30. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you all for your time.
इसको म्यूट कर दिया है।
So, good morning, friends at various centers. There are 13 centers, and I hope that all the centers are connected to us and the participants are present in their seminar halls. I have already announced the task yesterday. The task is that select a problematic situation which require experimental research. So you need to define the problem, that is statement of the problem, write the objectives, hypothesis, and the research design, which may include the sampling technique, the research design, whether it is factorial design or some other design, and then detailing about the independent variable, dependent variable, and the extraneous variable, and how you are going to control that extraneous variable. Okay, and this problematic situation you can take up from your own ME thesis if it was through experimental research, or you can also carry out you can also take the topic from your PhD thesis. So you will carry out this work up to 1 o'clock. You will prepare the PPT and we will start the presentation from 2 and it will go up to 4 o'clock. So I think the task is now clear to all the participants, and if they have any query, they are welcome. I am here. So the participants will work in groups, like a civil engineering teacher, they can sit together, mechanical engineering teacher can sit together, electronics communication, likewise computer science, management, they can sit in groups. So your PPT must contain at least 5 to 6 slides. First topic, then objectives, hypothesis, research design, and explain which one is the independent variable, dependent variable, and what are the other factors that could influence the outcome. So, and how you are going to control or remove those other factors. Is it okay? Am I audible to all the centers?
Yes, sir.
Yes. So please continue your this practice task in groups and prepare the PPT, and we'll start with presentation at 2 o'clock. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
ఇక్కడ కూడా చల్లగా లేదు ఏసీ చాలాసేపు అయింది
सौरभ सर आज आ जाना, कोई नहीं है क्लास है।
मैंने बोला था मतलब जाए मैडम को इस बार क्या ही मारूंगी मैं, क्या ही मारूंगा क्लास में लोगे तो बताओ। ट्रेन खत्म।
Group task and presentation.
Okay, friends, good afternoon to all of you. And I hope that all of you are ready with your presentations. So maybe we start with the DAV Institute of Engineering and Technology, Jalandhar. Connected nahi hai. Then we move to YMCA, University of Science and Technology, Faridabad.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. So first of all, let me know how many participants are present.
Sir, at present we have 8 participants. Still, they are coming from after lunch. They are coming back.
How many now are present?
At present, we are 8.
8. And total are?
Total are 30.
30.
Right.
So it means 20 are missing.
Sir, they are coming back after lunch.
Okay. So let us wait for more, about 2-3 minutes more.
Yes, sir.
So then you can start with your presentation.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So we can wait.
ये YMCA है.
Children, let me share the slides. Down, text.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Sir, this is Chandi from Chandigarh University. Sir, we are ready. Can we present?
Okay. So ma'am, let me know how many participants are present right now.
So right now we are around 14 people.
Out of?
Out of 19, sir.
20 people out of?
No, 14 people out of 19.
Okay. So yes, you may start.
So then we will wait for next turn, right?
हाँ जी. So Chandigarh University, University Institute of Hotel Management.
Yes, sir.
So you can start with your presentation. Yes. In between, all centers are requested to switch off their mics.
Sir, is our presentation visible?
Presentation is visible, but इसको आप presentation mode में ले आइए.
जी sir. Is this fine, sir?
अभी आया नहीं presentation mode पे.
Sir, कर दिया है presentation.
या फिर आपने full screen share नहीं की होगी. यहाँ नहीं आ रहा.
मैम फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल ना इसको फुल स्क्रीन पर कीजिए. शेयर जब आप कर रहे हैं ना फुल स्क्रीन सेलेक्ट कीजिए, देन आप इसको प्रेजेंटेशन मोड पर कीजिए.
ओके सर.
मैम शेयर एंटायर स्क्रीन कीजिए पहले.
सर where do I do that?
सॉरी मैम.
आपके कंप्यूटर पे लेफ्ट हैंड साइड पे स्क्रीन है, वहां पर लिखा हुआ है फुल स्क्रीन शेयर. दादू कहाँ किस लोकेशन पे है?
मैम आप लेफ्ट साइड पर देखिए, आप ना जब आप स्क्रीन शेयर का ऑप्शन आता है उस पर आएगा शेयर एंटायर स्क्रीन और फुल स्क्रीन, उसको क्लिक कीजिए.
Share the screen, entire screen.
Yes मैम, इसको एंटायर स्क्रीन कीजिए. यस मैम, अभी आप पीपीटी ओपन करेंगे.
Yes. Sir, is it
अभी
fine?
मैम अभी F5 कर दीजिए.
Now it's okay. Now it's okay.
Is it fine, sir?
हाँ जी हाँ जी
Sir, the research problem that we chose was evaluation of academic credits as a motivational tool for marketing the concept of Swachh Bharat mission among the individuals in the age group of 15 to 25 years in Chandigarh.
So ma'am, please let me know uh, how this study can be how this study comes under experimental
Experimental.
research.
So what we will do is, first of all, we will, because if I go to my objectives, in the
हाँ
first two objectives, I will determine the level of awareness about SBM among individuals in the age group of 15 to 25 years in Chandigarh. And then I will record perceptions of individuals in the age group of 15 to 20 years in Chandigarh about usage of academic credits in lieu of participation in SBM. Once I have established that, I will evaluate academic credits as a motivational tool for SBM. How will I do that? I will divide the sample into two parts because we will be taking.
मैम ये experimental research नहीं है. This is only a descriptive research. Because in experimental research you want to see the effect of some intervention on some other variable.
Sir, I'm coming to that. So once we've established that, what we will do is we'll divide the sample into two groups, experimental group and control group. In experimental group, we'll tell students that if they participate in the task of Swachh Bharat mission, they will be given academic credits for that. And in the control group, we will only ask the students to be part of this task. And we will continue this exercise over a period of time. And in the end of that time, we will have a questionnaire in which we will evaluate the perception of students. So we'll have the questionnaire filled in the beginning to record their perception. And once they're given those academic credits, then again we will take their perception, how it has changed about participation in Swachh Bharat mission.
Okay.
And also we will evaluate the performance of students in the control group and the experiment group. From that, we can determine if we can use academic credits as a source of motivation to market the concept of Swachh Bharat mission.
So in this particular study, which one is your treatment variable?
Sir, if I come to variables, my independent variable will be academic credits and my dependent variable will be perception about Swachh Bharat mission and level of participation and awareness about Swachh Bharat mission.
Ma'am, academic credit is not your independent variable. You are not manipulating. Actually, in the experimental study, there is one variable which is to be manipulated. That is, some treatment is to be given. So this is academic credit is not your this one independent variable. Okay, dependent variable perception माना जा सकता है, but this is not independent variable.
Sir, but if we are not giving it to the control group and giving it to the experimental group, cannot be considered an independent variable where it is affecting the behavior of participants of the control and the experimental group.
मैम इस केस में ट्रीटमेंट क्या है? यू आर गिविंग आप ट्रीटमेंट क्या कोर्स यानी कोर्स का एक्सपोजर दे रहे हो?
सॉरी सर,
आप इसमें ट्रीटमेंट क्या दे रहे हो? एक एक्सपेरिमेंटल ग्रुप को विच ट्रीटमेंट यू आर गिविंग?
एकेडमिक क्रेडिट्स देंगे और जो हमारा एक्सपेरिमेंटल ग्रुप है उसको हम एकेडमिक क्रेडिट्स देंगे और जो कंट्रोल ग्रुप है उसको नहीं देंगे. सो वी कैन सी द डिफरेंस इन बिहेवियर ऑफ द टू.
नहीं, किसके बेसिस पे एकेडमिक क्रेडिट देंगे?
सर उनकी परफॉर्मेंस के बेसिस पे जो वो स्वच्छ भारत मिशन में करेंगे. सर वी कैन गिव देम स्मॉल टास्क्स like they'll be given, they'll be allotted areas, they'll be allotted small tasks which they can carry out. They can have awareness drives about sanitation, and there can be a nodal head who will evaluate those, and according to that they'll be given credits. So because you'll get some.
It means you have prepared some program on Swachh Bharat Abhiyan, so that you are exposing the experimental group to that particular program, and control group you are not giving any program.
Yes, sir.
Isn't it? So it means the program is your independent variable. That is, to one group you are giving them training in say Swachh Bharat Abhiyan. Second group you are not providing any training or any exposure.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That
तो
is
वो आपका independent variable हुआ. ये independent variable नहीं है.
Sir, I gave this name academic credit to that program only.
हाँ तो फिर वो हाँ वो लिखिए ना फिर, ठीक है. Now it's okay. अच्छा, how do you think that demographic factors of the sample would affect the outcome?
Sir, because we'll be dealing, because when we were, if I can go back on my slide, when we were talking about the sample, we took in consideration that we took private schools and we took government schools. Similarly, when we were talking about universities, we were talking about only girls universities and co-ed universities and Punjab University where all kind of students come. See, these students come from different kind of backgrounds. So,
okay, how you are controlling? How you will control? How you will control this demographic variation?
So what we can do is, when we are taking the sample, we can take equal number of people from. See, if we are considering about urban population or people from higher upper class, we can take set number of people, equal number of people from all demographics, so that we can balance out the effect of these demographics.
Okay, ठीक है. Go ahead. Good.
Thank you, sir.
नेक्स्ट आगे क्या है? हाँ जी, सैम्पलिंग मेथड आपने कौन सा यूज किया?
So for sampling method from each school, students from grade 10, 11 and plus 2, because these are the students who are actually aware about it, and these are the students to whom academic credits will actually make a difference, because this practice is actually done in Western countries, where when you do a voluntary work, you're given some consideration when you go to universities for that. So they'll be aware about it and they'll be more perceptive about this exercise. So we'll take students from grade 10, 11 and 12 using a lottery method by means of their roll numbers, random sampling method, and similar for the universities.
Okay, so which statistical technique you will use for analysis?
Sir, when we were talking about the questionnaire, see, the questionnaire can be divided into two parts: awareness about SBM and perception about academic credits as a motivational tool. See, in the starting of the program, we can link it, and in the end of the program, we can take it. And we can take correlation between the two. See, we can divide these statements into variables and see the correlation. बल्कि after the program, awareness, अगर awareness की उनकी correlation perception से link होती है, तो वो बाद में क्या values उसकी change आती हैं. So we can conclude based on that there is a strong correlation and it is effective.
Okay. Okay. Any other participant who wants to make presentation?
No, sir. We just made one presentation.
Okay. You have prepared only one presentation. You from your institute?
Yes, sir.
Why? I have told that every institution will make 2 to 3 presentation: civil, mechanical, electrical, and other branches.
Sir, actually we have only management participants with us, mostly management.
पर आपका तो इंस्टीट्यूट है होटल मैनेजमेंट, तो इसमें होटल का यानी जो सब्जेक्ट्स हैं उनके ऊपर किसी ने नहीं बनाया?
नहीं सर, यही हमने एक सबने कंट्रीब्यूट करके यही बनाया है. चलिए,
ओके, थैंक यू. सो नाउ मूव टू दैट वन. ये जो है आपका YMCA यूनिवर्सिटी ऑफ साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी. YMCA यूनिवर्सिटी ऑफ साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी. अभी कितने लोग आ गए हैं?
Sir, we are 16, 17 over here, and 5 and 6 are coming within 5 minutes.
Okay.
So should we start our presentation?
हाँ जी, please.
Acha, sir. Rahul is presenting, sir.
Okay. So entire screen share कीजिए.
Yes, sir. The display out. Is it visible?
हाँ जी, एंटायर स्क्रीन शेयर कीजिए. हाँ जी, आप प्रेजेंटेशन मोड में जाइए.
Sir, it's in presentation mode.
F5 प्रेस कीजिए।
कर दिया, F5 कर दिया। सर एक्चुअली अगर इंटायर स्क्रीन कर रहे हैं डेट इज इन लूप, को जो बैक 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 जा रहा है वो वाले मोड में जा रहा था, so that's why we have shared this. Am I audible? Hello?
You are audible, but please show your full screen. Share your full entire screen.
So that
सर अभी नेक्स्ट कर देंगे उसको बाद जब आप इंटायर स्क्रीन कर
सर इंटायर स्क्रीन शेयर करने के बाद वो उस वाले मोड में जा रहा है, that's why I'm sharing this.
अभी फुल स्क्रीन हो गई है, अभी इसको मिनिमाइज कीजिए सर, अभी F5 प्रेस कीजिए।
हाँ, now it's okay.
Good afternoon, sir. Sir, myself Gyanendra. I am going to present a problem that is a page ranking method based on digits of links. Actually, this is a method, ranking method, which is used by search engine to rank the results returned by search engine when we supply a query. There are many methods already available for ranking. We have implemented a new method that is page ranking based on digits of link. This is our problem, and main objective of this method is to bring desired pages on top of list of search results so that user can access desired pages within a minimum amount of time. These are the objective of my.
It means your main objective is to study the effect of this new method on minimizing the searching time.
Yes, searching time and making desired page on top of search result.
Okay. So which one is your independent variable, that is treatment variable? That's the methodology.
Independent variable will be the widgets of links. How user visits different links of web. And dependent variable will be the rank value of a page.
Why not time, searching time? Because you want to study the effect of that ranking page on reducing the.
Yes, the searching time may be searching time, but our main focus is its rank value, because when a particular page rank will be high, it will automatically come on top.
Okay.
Like Google is searching, so let's say it's search in 0.5 seconds, and the desired page is on second or third page. So our main objective is to get into on first page or on the top of page. Maybe it's the same time.
On top, in top list of pages.
Okay.
For experimental setup, actually we have taken a small wave graph, and for the this is the wave graph, and node of this graph represents the web pages. We calculate the rank value of these pages based on the page rank algorithm, which is used by Google, and for that there is a tool, online tool available on website www.markorel.com, and rank of pages can be calculated from the tools available on that website, and we can also calculate the rank of these pages based on the visits of hits of individual links. And for that we have written a program to count the hits. From these slides you can see the what are the different hits of different links available on pages.
So sir, it's like we have taken a sample of complete web to this particular sample, and on this particular sample we have applied our algorithm as well as Google algorithm to study the effects of our algorithm on ranking algorithm.
Actually hits vary with the time, so we have taken different state of hits, like state 1, state 2, state, because the hit value change with time. But rank, what was the page rank's basic concept? Page rank calculate the rank score based on the link structure of web. Actually link structure does not change rapidly, it's change after a long time. So here we have
this is our
output variable, that is rank value of state 1 using PRLB, that means based on visits of link, state 2, state 3, and finally the page rank value. We can identify that what are the different rank values of web pages, and we have here shown with the help of graph. From this graph, we can see the variation of rank value of different pages. Pages are numbered here by 1, 2, 3, 4, and so on. Is it okay, sir?
हाँ जी हाँ जी. And which statistical technique you will employ?
Sir, it's basically on averaging we have taken the averages, mean averages.
The voice is not audible.
Averaging concept.
Averaging only. And I don't think it as a experimental research study. Because आपका ट्रीटमेंट क्या है इसमें? देखिए मैंने आपको बोला था that in experimental study there is one variable, at least one variable you will manipulate, you will introduce, or you will say expose, but there is nothing that sort of variable.
That variable is visits.
No, that variable is rank value of page. Rank value of page.
That is, you are introducing or you are giving?
We are calculating the value of rank of each page. That is rank value.
And what is which one is the dependent variable? उसका value क्या होगा?
Rank value is dependent, and hit in our example, hits of individual links is a dependent variable. In case of page rank, linking structure of page is independent variable, and rank value is dependent variable.
Okay.
In both algorithms, page rank is the.
Is there any control group? के only experimental group है?
Only experimental group.
Okay, only one experimental group study. ठीक है, it's okay. So can you request any other participant to make presentation?
Yes, sir.
Yes, second presentation.
Yes, sir. Yes, yes.
So we are copying it. Just wait on.
Okay.
सर अभी कुछ कॉपी करने में प्रॉब्लम आ रही है, हम थोड़ी देर में कर दें उसको.
हाँ जी.
सर उसको ना पेन ड्राइव पे कॉपी करने में प्रॉब्लम आ रही है थोड़ी सी दूसरे पीसी से, तो हम उसको आफ्टर 10 मिनट्स उसको कर दें.
चलिए. Now we move to PV Institute of Technology, Vijayawada. Yes, PV Institute of Technology, Vijayawada. Are you available?
आज मेरी लगाई.
हेलो.
सर इधर तो पावर कट है सर, 10 मिनट के बाद हम अपलोड करेंगे और प्रेजेंटेशन देंगे. पावर कट.
Excuse me, sir.
हाँ जी.
This is Gandhi Academy, sir. We are ready with our presentation.
Okay. Gandhi Academy, yes.
Can you put that?
बता दिया.
कौन सा गांधी एकेडमी? ये है. Okay. So may I know how many participants are present in Gandhi Academy? Out of 16 participants, how many are present now?
17, sir.
17.
Okay. So now make your presentation, please. A study on the impact of modern method of teaching on the performance of management students.
Yes, sir.
So, yes.
It is the research question. How the modern method of teaching is influencing the performance of management students. These are the objectives: to find out the impact of modern method and traditional method of teaching on the performance of management students, and to find out the different effects of traditional method of teaching and modern method of teaching. The non-hypotheses are: there is no significant impact of modern method of teaching on the performance of management students, and the other hypothesis is there is no significant difference between the modern method and traditional method of teaching on the basis of their impact on the performance of the management students.
Excuse me, what is the difference between the first hypothesis and second hypothesis? Because ultimately you want to study the significance of difference on the basis of their performance. So why this first one, there is no significant impact? वही तो आप देख रहे हो, वो आपका एक ही hypothesis बनेगा.
अच्छा सर.
Because ultimately you want to study the significance of difference between means of performance of two groups. One group is taught through modern method and the other through traditional method. So you have not defined which modern method you will use.
Okay sir, okay.
कौन सा modern method आपने लिया है?
मैं define करता हूँ sir वो next slide.
Okay.
Methodology is the samples which are the management students are randomly chosen for the experiment. The faculties chosen for the experiment are same throughout the experiment. Only 3 subjects are taken, and 1 faculty for each subject, which is kept constant for throughout the experiment, sir. There are 2 groups of students are constructed. One group is named G1 and the other group is named G2. The first group was subjected to modern method and the second group was subjected to the traditional method, sir. The same experiment is repeated for 10 times, sir, taking 20 different groups, out of which 10 is subjected to modern method and 10 for traditional, sir. This is the this involves the modern method of teaching. One is AC classroom, use of digital media and technology, and interactive method of teaching, sir. Traditional method doesn't have all these things, sir.
Content will remain the same in both the groups?
Sir.
Okay. Okay.
The variables, independent variable is, the dependent variable is performance of the management student, which is measured by an exam, sir. The independent variable is modern method and traditional method of teaching. The extraneous variable is the different level of IQ of the students.
And how you are controlling this extraneous variable?
Sir, before choosing the students, we are making a IQ test, sir.
Okay. Okay.
Statistical techniques used are the correlation, regression, and independence and speed test, sir.
बढ़िया, बिल्कुल ठीक है. Good.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Now, please ask other colleague to make presentation. This is one. Manji. Second presentation.
Yes, sir. Yeah. We are coming, sir.
Okay, okay.
Is it visible, sir?
Okay. Design of universal framework.
Same things what I have discussed day before yesterday. That things I am taking. And I have taken the criteria: seamless implementation of in contract, overcoming different contract scenario. What is that? Is click work, round work, check work, EDI, etc. So that it became a single contract. Here is the objective, sir. This study of the different e-contract framework in different business domains. Here I am taking, this is the independent variable what I have taken. The party, business, customer, government, all these things. Different components of e-contract and study of security aspects for validity. And last one, the design of a conceptual framework.
So you have designed that conceptual framework. So are you implementing that also?
Yes, sir.
So what is your dependent variable? What are you looking for?
Yes, sir, I am coming to this. These are the dependent C contract framework what I am going to design with XML, with it software, which to be implemented. And I have to take these parties and business scenarios, because there are two ways. One is for service part, another is product selling. This
So you have got two independent variable. One is party, which is studied at three levels, that is business, customer, and government. And
Fine.
second independent variable is business scenario, and it is studied at two levels, surveys and product selling.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay. So how you are controlling extraneous variable, that is technical factors, legal business parameters, social factors, etc.
Fine, sir. Because these are all standardized protocols which are used. So that things I have taken as constant, because this architectural part I have to take the standard architecture, and the software generally the XML I have to take for this to design, and this legal business parameter, because this is internationally you have to keep the fix. We can't change this legal parameter. And this social framework also, this is the social factors, what are this confidentiality, all these things of that we have to taken also as a constant, and security parameters what we have taken, these things to be taken as the standard digital encryption technique we are using. I am not going to implement a new digital encryption technique. By taking all these extraneous parameters, I am designing the framework with the use of this independent value.
Okay.
Very good. And this is the null hypothesis what I have taken.
What is the justification for taking null hypothesis?
Because till now what I found, sir, there are different framework they have used due to the complexity of C2C and B2C. And generally this EDI and all these frameworks are generally implemented for B2B.
Okay.
So to overcome this, I have taken that whether this framework is applicable to all these three categories.
Okay. Aage?
That was all.
Okay. So any participant who wants to add something or have any query, they are welcome.
So just I want any addition, if you want to suggest something to this, it will fine, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much. Now we move to Panipat Institute of Engineering and Technology, Panipat.
Sir, any suggestion from your side, sir, to this? Any addition?
You have very well written, but the design part you have not touched upon. No problem. So you have written down the objectives very well, or hypothesis is okay.
So design part is using this standard hardware and software, sir. Design architecture and software.
And the statistical part, which statistical technique you will use?
I don't think it is statistical technique used to design part, because this is a framework, I think, sir.
But you have prepared, you have formulated one hypothesis. So in order to test the hypothesis, you need to, you see, apply some statistical technique.
So
only then.
Which technique will be suitable for this?
But you see, you want to study the effect on business domain. Okay. So इसका मतलब है that you must be having some data regarding business domain. So you have got three domain, B2B, B2C and C2C. तो इसके लिए T test आप लगा सकते हैं उनको compare करने के लिए, that which one will be more you can say effective.
So how, I don't understand this point, because sir, B2B, suppose I am giving service between the
you have said that there is one independent, there are two independent variable. One variable is studied at 3 levels, second variable is studied at 2 levels. यही आपने बोला था, okay? And then dependent variable is e-contract framework. So how you are measuring this e-contract framework? Because in case of experimental study, you need to measure the dependent variable also, because only then you will be able to find the effect of independent variable on the dependent variable. And you have said that it is e-contract framework, लेकिन इसका कोई data तो होना चाहिए measure करने के लिए. Measure कैसे करोगे आप?
सर
देखो ना, इस dependent variable को आप measure कैसे करोगे?
Because sir, when I apply these things between these two parties, either for a service and product, by keeping all these factors, technical, legal and social security factors, if it is successful in any case studies, then it becomes successful, sir. If it is satisfied that case studies and have a successful completion of the contract.
हाँ, तो प्रोफेसर सक्सेसफुलनेस का कोई पैरामीटर तो होगा ना, किस हाउ विल यू से दैट इट इज सक्सेसफुल? कुछ उसकी परफॉर्मेंस होगी, कुछ उसके पैरामीटर्स होंगे,
So
कुछ
this is
उसमें
based on the satisfaction of the party involved.
पार्टी इन्वॉल्व। तो इसका मतलब यू वांट टू स्टडी द सेटिस्फेक्शन लेवल ऑफ द पार्टीज इन्वॉल्व।
Yes,
तो
sir.
यू विल कलेक्ट द डेटा। उसके बिना आपका जो है इसका जो हाइपोथेसिस है वो टेस्ट नहीं हो पाएगा।
So suppose I take some feedback from some organizations and some customers who are involved online trading. So if they satisfy with this process, then it can become a feedback, or it can become a means what analytical factor.
ऐसा है बिकॉज इसमें थोड़ा सा यू हैव टू सिट विद सम रिसर्च मेथोडोलॉजी एक्सपर्ट, बिकॉज मेरे पास ये जो आपके पूरी इंफॉर्मेशन इज नॉट अवेलेबल, because in this particular scenario I won't be able to tell you कि भी क्या statistical technique लगाना है, क्योंकि आपका जो hypothesis है या objectives है वो उसमें matching नहीं है।
Objectives and hypothesis।
अच्छा ऐसा कीजिए, आप मुझे मेल कर दीजिए आपका प्रपोजल जो है, यू कैन सेंड मी थ्रू ईमेल योर प्रपोजल, देन आफ्टर डिस्कसिंग विद माय colleague I will let you know which statistical technique will be employed, because आपका प्रपोजल मेरे पास सामने नहीं है कि भी आपका इंडिपेंडेंट वेरिएबल और डिपेंडेंट वेरिएबल में मुझे क्लैरिटी नहीं हो रही।
ठीक है
आपने बोला इंडिपेंडेंट वेरिएबल, आप इसको सिर्फ क्लासीफाई कर रहे हो, पार्टीज यू आर क्लासीफाइंग, बिजनेस, कस्टमर, गवर्नमेंट। इसी तरह बिजनेस सिनेरियो, सर्विस एंड प्रोडक्ट सेलिंग, ये क्लासिफिकेशन के लिए यूज किया आपने, इजंट इट? और डिपेंडेंट वेरिएबल जो है ई कॉन्ट्रैक्ट फ्रेमवर्क, दैट इज अ फ्रेमवर्क, लेकिन इसका डाटा नहीं है आपके पास। डाटा आप कह रहे हो कि सेटिस्फेक्शन लेवल ही लेना है।
Sir, because once use that framework only they can able to get the data, because after this use only.
पर मुझे अब समझ नहीं आ रही कि ई कॉन्ट्रैक्ट फ्रेमवर्क जो है एक डिजाइन है, ये डिजाइन जो है इट कैन बी यू कैन से ए ट्रीटमेंट, कि भाई एक तरफ आप ये डिजाइन ई कॉन्ट्रैक्ट फ्रेमवर्क लगा रहे हैं और उसका इम्पैक्ट देख रहे हैं, किसके ऊपर देख रहे हैं वो समझ नहीं आ रहा, बिकॉज डिपेंडेंट ई कॉन्ट्रैक्ट फ्रेमवर्क कैन नॉट बी योर डिपेंडेंट वेरिएबल। आप उसका इम्पैक्ट किसकी तरफ देख रहे हैं?
This is a process. Okay, I will send you.
Process ना, this is a process. It means this is a treatment. E-contract framework is a process.
Yes, sir.
है ना? तो अब मुझे समझ आया। तो आपके ऊपर वाले जो वेरिएबल है इन दी पार्टीज एंड बिजनेस सिनेरियो, दीज आर simply classifying variable, because you are dividing the sample into 3 categories, business, customer and government, और उनको further up 2 में divide कर रहे हैं into service and product selling। ठीक है, ये तो क्लासीफाई कर दिया। देन ई कॉन्ट्रैक्ट फ्रेमवर्क जो है इट इज ए प्रोसीजर, दैट इज द ट्रीटमेंट, और इसका जो इफेक्ट है वो सेटिस्फेक्शन लेवल पे आ रहा है।
जी सर,
है ना? तो ये थोड़ा सा क्लियर अब जाके मुझे हुआ है। ओके, मुझे आप प्रपोजल भेजिए, आई विल लेट यू नो कि इसको कैसे अच्छे से इसके ऑब्जेक्टिव लिखे जा सकते हैं। ठीक है, ओके। सो नाउ वी मूव टू पानीपत का, पानीपत इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ इंजीनियरिंग एंड टेक्नोलॉजी, पानीपत।
Hi sir, good afternoon.
हाँ जी। So may I know how many participants are present out of 24?
Sir, 22 are present right now. 2 have gone to washroom. They'll be coming soon.
Okay, so 20 are present. Okay.
Yes, 22. 22.
22 are present out of 24. Okay.
Yeah. Sir, 22 are present out of 24.
हाँ, वही मैंने बोला। ठीक है, अब आप प्रेजेंटेशन करवाइए।
ठीक है सर। Is it visible now, sir?
हाँ जी, इसको फुल उसको पावर पॉइंट प्रेजेंटेशन पे ले जाइए।
हो गया सर। Is it okay?
अभी हुआ नहीं है, अभी वो सिंपल पीपीटी आ रही है, प्रेजेंटेशन मोड पे नहीं है। F5 दबाइए, F5 प्रेस कीजिए।
हो गया सर। Is it okay now?
चलिए, दिख रहा है। Now you proceed. Effect of advanced teaching pedagogies on students' academic performance. Now, advanced teaching pedagogies, it has got many things. So, how many things you have included under advanced teaching pedagogies?
Sir, for the time being, we have considered that we will finding it out through review of literature.
Okay.
So we are considering it to be case studies, role plays, PowerPoint presentations, smart classes, and real-time exposure to the situations.
So it means you will have a number of groups?
Exactly, we have 2 groups. One will be controlled, one will be experiment group.
तो एक्सपेरिमेंटल ग्रुप में आप क्या क्या टीचिंग पेडागोजी यूज कर रहे हैं? आपने बोला पावर यानी क्या क्या बोला आपने?
Sir, for experiment, it will go with the traditional methodologies of teaching.
नहीं, एक्सपेरिमेंट में क्या करेंगे? एक्सपेरिमेंटल वाले में कौन सी ट्रीटमेंट देंगे? टीचिंग पेडागोजी?
Yes, we are taking two, sir. One is case studies. Hello.
हाँ जी, हाँ जी.
One is smart class and one is case studies.
तो जो स्मार्ट क्लास एंड केस स्टडीज हैं, इनको आपने एक ग्रुप को देना है एक्सपेरिमेंटल को?
Exactly, sir.
ओके, और दूसरे को सिर्फ नॉर्मल क्लासरूम टीचिंग जो है?
Yes, sir. जो रूटीन का क्लासरूम्स होते हैं.
और कौन सा सब्जेक्ट ले रहे हैं?
Sir, we have defined it for engineering.
आप इसको एंटायर स्क्रीन पे शेयर कीजिए पहले.
So it is already present, sir.
नहीं है ना? अब चलो, चलिए, ठीक है, ठीक है. हाँ जी. ओके.
Sir, can we go ahead?
Please go ahead. This is the justification that there is poor attendance and academic performance, so that is why you want to introduce some new new pedagogy. That
Exactly,
is okay. Then
sir, these are the objectives. As you were asking that what teaching pedagogies you are going to take, so it will be first objective of ours that out of review of literature we will try to find out.
Objective वाली slide को दिखाइए.
Okay.
हाँ जी.
उनको हर एक स्लाइड में करना पड़ता है. Sir, the first objective is to find. Sir, is it visible now?
Yes, yes. It means the first is that you want to study advanced teaching pedagogies which are available, and that you will study through literature.
Exactly, sir. That will be through review of literature.
Yes.
And the second objective goes to be to study advanced teaching pedagogies which will significantly affect the students' academic performance.
हाँ, तो second one और third one same है, तो you keep one only.
Sir, the second one is to find out the ranking that which is the best pedagogy that is going to affect. So we will be choosing case study and the smart classes out of our review of literature. And the third one is their effect, like the effect of case studies and smart classes on the academic performance.
That is, you will study whether the case study or smart classroom will contribute to high academic performance among students. यही देखना चाहते हैं ना?
Exactly, sir.
Second and third को एक ही है. Second वाला भी यही है, to study advanced teaching pedagogies which will significantly affect the student academic. So ultimately it is the same thing.
Exactly, sir. There is a typing mistake. We want to identify under the second objective that which pedagogy is we are going to take into our study. As you asked me the first question that what are the
It's okay, लेकिन जो first slide है, first objective है, वो भी तो यही है. You want to identify.
Sir, first we will identify. Say, suppose there are 5 different pedagogies we have identified. Out of 5, 2 will be taken. Those who have the best effect on the teaching, that will be under the second objective.
तो वो कैसे पता करेंगे कि these are the best one? How you will measure?
So we will take it on the basis of if that the review of literature will be showing us that the percentage, in terms of percentage, they have increased the performance.
तो वो फर्स्ट वाला भी तो वो लिटरेचर से ही ले रहे हो आप?
हाँ जी, हाँ जी.
पांच हैं, आपने बोला कि 5 अवेलेबल है, मान लो उसमें से आपने 2 लिए, तो वो फर्स्ट एंड सेकंड सेम ही हो गया ना?
हाँ जी, हाँ जी सर.
तो इसका मतलब एक ऑब्जेक्टिव है टू आइडेंटिफाई the most effective teaching strategy. उसके बाद आपने उसका इफेक्ट देखना है. So there will be only 2 objectives.
Okay, yes sir, there will be 2 only.
हाँ जी. And hypothesis?
Hypothesis is, sir, null hypothesis. We have considered that there will be no significant effect of advanced teaching pedagogies on students' academic performance.
Sir, slide दिखाइए, next slide.
Oh, I'm sorry sir, I'll come back.
Yes. ओके, पहला हाइपोथेसिस आपने नल बनाया, एंड सेकंड जो है वो उसी का सेम जो है वो रिसर्च हाइपोथेसिस बनाया. ठीक है.
Yes sir. Under student academic performance, we have also taken into consideration that how much was the class absenteeism over the period of time. that is also being considered along with the marks and all they have achieved through this.
कि भाई आप ये देखना चाहते हैं कि भाई न्यू एडवांस पेडागोजी से स्टूडेंट की जो एब्सेंटीज्म है वो कम हुई है कि नहीं हुई?
Exactly, sir.
ओके ओके।
And
so,
talking about
स्टूडेंट की जो एकेडमिक परफॉर्मेंस है इसमें आप एक तो ले लीजिए थ्योरी और दूसरा प्रैक्टिकल भी ले सकते हैं, नॉलेज एंड प्रैक्टिकल एंड अदर एस्पेक्ट्स लाइक अटेंडेंस एंड उनका जो इंटरपर्सनल रिलेशंस हैं एंड मैनी मोर, तो आपको देखना है।
Fine, sir. That will consider, sir.
So why it is judgmental sampling?
Course, sir, we are dealing into experimental studies. We are considering it that any of the control group or the experimental group we are opting, that will be purely judgmental as per we researcher are finding it.
Judgment.
We have already judgmented that we are going to take students and we are going to have the test on them. So that is the reason we have gone for judgmental sampling.
No, it is only random sampling because you are dividing the group into two groups. Now you are dividing the 50 students into two groups, 25 each. So आप इसको randomize कीजिए that each member has the equal probability of being selected in either of the two groups. तो उसको lottery method से उसको divide कीजिए.
Okay, sir. So judgmental won't go with this, sir?
नहीं judgmental नहीं, random sampling होती है इसमें.
Sure, sir. So sampling technique we will be using is simple random sampling.
हाँ.
Okay. And sample size we have opted for 50 students. That will be under the consideration of control group and experiment group.
Then measuring tool आपने लिखा t-test. Measuring tool is not t-test. Measuring tool is measuring tool is your achievement test.
Okay.
देखो ना, आपने उनका नॉलेज चेक करना है, आपने उनका प्रैक्टिकल कंपोनेंट चेक करना है, आपने उनका एब्सेंटिज्म चेक करना है। तो इसका मतलब आप एक टूल बनाएंगे जिसमें अचीवमेंट के क्वेश्चंस होंगे, जिसमें नॉलेज और स्किल के होंगे और एब्सेंटिज्म के यानी उसके लिए क्वेश्चनर बनाएंगे।
ठीक है सर।
और यहाँ पर आप जो स्टैटिस्टिकल एनालिसिस है उसमें रिग्रेशन की जगह आप टी टेस्ट लगाएंगे।
ओके सर। So
because you want to study the effectiveness.
There it will be achievement test and then it will be t-test.
हाँ जी, t-test is the statistical technique.
Okay sir. Sir, there is just one query. One of my colleague just want to know that we have taken judgmental sampling in order to minimize the effect of extraneous variable. Like we are considering that absenteeism could be the part of university, that they are offering a very rigid curriculum which we cannot make interesting in the classroom. 1. 2 is the kind of paper setting that will be done from university part could be tougher as well. So there is a chance that academic performance of the students will be down in that case. So can that be under the judgmental sampling, that just because we want to minimize the effect?
नहीं, those are the extraneous variable, उसके लिए आप कंट्रोल करेंगे। सैम्पलिंग आपकी जो 50 स्टूडेंट्स जो है, यू हैव आइडेंटिफाइड एक पर्टिकुलर क्लास, उस 50 को आप यू आर रैंडमली डिवाइडिंग इनटू 2 ग्रुप्स।
सर I'll just hand over to him, you kindly address him.
हाँ जी हाँ जी सर, ऐसा है।
Hello.
हाँ जी हाँ जी
sir, I'm Ashish from Byte. Sir, I'm basically saying that we are using judgmental sampling because we want to control the extraneous factor. Because if we are taking 2 students in 2 different groups, one is our control group and another is experimental group. So if a student is coming, one is 80% student and the other student is who is getting 40%. That's why we use judgmental sampling, that if we pick one student for both the group, one student who is going in control group that also belongs to the same category to the student who is going in control group. Means अगर 80% वाला आपका एक्सपेरिमेंटल में जा रहा है तो हमारा कंट्रोल में जाने वाला स्टूडेंट भी 80% का ही होना चाहिए। ऐसा ना हो कि एक में 80 वाला जा रहा है दूसरे में 30 वाला, क्योंकि अगर हम रैंडम ले रहे हैं।
इसका आपकी बात सही है कि आपने पहले इक्वेट किया ऑन द बेसिस ऑफ उनके मार्क्स, यानी इनिशियल मार्क्स हैं 80% वाले सारे बच्चे हैं, तो आप जजमेंटल नहीं कहेंगे, आप इक्वेट कर रहे हैं सैंपल को कि वो सारा सैंपल जो है वो इक्वल ग्रुप्स में दोनों में जाए, इक्वल दोनों में, ठीक है। तो वो जजमेंटल वर्ड नहीं है, वो होगा रैंडम सैंपलिंग है, लेकिन आप उसमें जो है उनको किसी बेसिस के ऊपर आप इक्वेट कर रहे हैं, से आईक्यू के ऊपर इक्वेट कर रहे हैं कि बोथ द सैंपल्स हैव द सेम आईक्यू, बोथ द सैंपल्स हैव द सेम प्रीवियस नॉलेज, तो आप उनको प्रीवियस नॉलेज का टेस्ट दे सकते हैं, तो उसके बेसिस के ऊपर आप उनको इक्वेट कर सकते हो।
Okay. So, sir, that's why we use this word judgmental sampling.
हाँ, तो यहाँ जजमेंटल सैम्पलिंग नहीं होती। जजमेंटल का मतलब है कि आपने उसको पहले से ही वो ले लिया कि भाई ये बच्चे जो है इंटेलिजेंट हैं, इनको मैंने इधर जो है इनको 2 में डाल दिया, लेकिन कोई बेसिस तो लोग है उसको ये देखने के लिए 80% किस बेसिस पे आप ले रहे हो, क्या उनका प्रीवियस सेमेस्टर के मार्क्स हैं 80%, 60%, 40%।
So, okay. Then we will use this word simple random sampling. Huh?
हाँ साउंड जी।
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Okay जी। Now second presentation.
Sir, just one more slide is left. Talking about independent variables, advanced teaching pedagogy.
Your one is very clear because you have very rightly prepared. So external यूनिवर्सिटी सिलेबस है, तो इट मींस आप दोनों ग्रुप को सिलेबस एक दे रहे हो, नॉर्म्स एक दे रहे हो, so वो आपका कंट्रोल हो गया।
Exactly, sir.
ठीक है, थैंक यू।
Thank you, sir.
Next presentation from your.
Sir, we are all management, so we have prepared only one, sir.
You have prepared only one. There is no other. Okay.
There is one more,
There is one more, sir.
Please show कीजिए।
हेलो।
हाँ जी।
Yes, sir. From Dronacharya College of Engineering, Gurgaon.
हाँ जी, बोलिए।
Sir, I'm from the Department of Mechanical Engineering.
हाँ जी, please make your presentation.
Yes, sir. We have shared that screen. It is visible, ना sir?
हाँ जी, अभी तो आप कह रहे थे सिर्फ मैनेजमेंट के लोग हैं, मैकेनिकल भी तो है ना?
Sir, mechanical from Dronacharya College of Engineering.
Okay.
So can we start now?
हाँ जी, please. आप screen, हाँ, okay.
Sure.
Now this is Dronacharya College of Engineering.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
अच्छा, उनका नहीं आया ना? ठीक है।
Sir, we are going to present the parametrical study of micro machining.
Sir, we have left one presentation. This is from Panipat, sir. We are left from one. So can we complete or shall we wait?
हाँ जी, पानीपत वाला दिखा देते हैं पहले। सर, द्रोणाचार्य प्लीज, अभी पानीपत वाले दिखा रहे थे, तो let them finish first.
Okay, sir.
Please wait for. हाँ जी, yes. हाँ जी, evaluation of link lifetime based routing protocol for vehicular ad hoc networks.
हेलो,
आप अपने माइक जो है वो स्विच ऑफ मोड पे रखिए।
Panipat Institute of Engineering Technology. Should I proceed, sir?
हाँ जी, please, पानीपत, yes.
Sir, I'm Pradeep from CSC department, PITE, and my topic is evaluation of link lifetime based routing protocol for vehicular ad hoc networks.
Okay.
Sir, vehicular ad hoc networks are a kind of networks in which vehicle will communicate with each other through some. They are equipped with some device through which they send and receive the packets data. So this is my problem statement.
Okay.
And these are the objectives. Is the slide visible to you, sir?
तो second slide पे जाइए। Second slide पे जाइए।
Yeah, sure, sir, sure.
ठीक।
These are the objectives to develop an efficient routing protocol for vehicular ad hoc networks by enhancing the link lifetime of connected nodes. So link lifetime is a time span through which two nodes are connected with each other. Next objective is to increase the packet delivery ratio, then to perform a simulation study of a proposed protocol under varying simulation scenarios using simulation tools. In my case, I use MATLAB and NS2. Then is to compare the performance of proposed protocol with some of the existing routing protocols.
Sir, your second objective है, it is a part of development.
Yeah, sir. This is packet delivery ratio. Here is our dependent variable.
नहीं, dependent variable packet delivery ratio increase करना, वो तो आप देखेंगे ना whether it is increased or not.
Yeah. It increases when we increase the lifetime, the packet delivery ratio also increase.
Okay. Hypothesis. There should be only one hypothesis, I think.
Yes, sir.
Good. It is very rightly written.
The proposed protocol enhances the packet delivery ratio by choosing the next hop, that is a vehicle with maximum link lifetime.
ठीक है. Yes. Now design. Yes.
Now, the proposed protocol will choose the next vehicle based on the link lifetime. Here, link lifetime is an independent variable. Node with the maximum link lifetime will be chosen. Then the packet delivery ratio, here this is the dependent variable which depends upon the link lifetime of the proposed routing protocol will be analyzed through simulation tool studies to meet the design objectives. Next, parameters which are considered, now these are the extraneous variables. The simulation area, transmission range, vehicle speed, number of vehicles, data rate.
ये कैसे control करोगे? How you will control these extraneous variables?
Yeah, in the next slide I'll show it.
Okay.
Next is a comparison of proposed protocol with the existing one will made to establish the betterment of the proposed protocol, the conclusion and recommendation. Now,
correct.
Now, in this way we can control. The simulation area is 20 kilometer, transmission range is minimum 100 meter and maximum is 200 meter. Vehicle speed minimum 30 kilometer per hour and vehicle speed maximum is 80 kilometer per hour. Number of vehicles varies from 50 to 200. Data rate is 2 Mbps.
तो ये आप जो इनको फिक्स कर देंगे कि इतना ही होगा, है ना?
Yes sir. Yes sir.
तो आप ये
बात I'll proceed my study.
Okay, and you can at the end you can conclude that my results are based upon these you can say this kind of study, this kind of research design, और इनको आपने control किया है. ठीक है. Good. Thank you very much.
Okay,
so now we move to Dronacharya College of Engineering, Gurgaon. So may I know how many participants are present? Dronacharya, Gurgaon.
Sir, 16 are present in.
Out of?
Out of 16, all are present, sir.
All are present. Okay.
Yes, sir. Sir, is the slide visible?
अभी तो दिखाई नहीं दिया. हाँ, अब ठीक है.
Okay, sir.
Parametrical study of micro machining.
Micro machining presented by the Mechanical Department of Dronacharya College of Engineering, Gurgaon.
Okay.
Sir, the objective is to propose a correlation considering the following parameters which are very important from machining part: cutting speed, depth of cut, feed, temperature, and the interface of the above parameters. For example,
अभी आपने so there are 4 variable: cutting speed है, depth of cut है, feed and temperature. तो इनका relationship किसके साथ देखना है?
Considering the relation with the force and the surface roughness.
Okay, वो नहीं लिखा ना आपने?
Okay.
ठीक है. अच्छा, why you are saying it is to propose?
Sir,
आप लिखिए to study the relationship of these parameter with the surface. वो आपने लिखना है. To not to say propose. Objective ऐसा नहीं होता. To study the relationship. Okay.
Okay, sir. And we have to minimize the force on the tool. The force is acting on the tool, and hence these will result in increasing tool life. And the third objective is we have to minimize the surface roughness by considering these parameters. These are our 3 parameters. We have to propose the, we have to derive the mathematical model relation. We have to minimize the force acting on the tool and the surface roughness.
तो सर मुझे ये बताइए इसमें आपका ट्रीटमेंट वेरिएबल कौन सा है और डिपेंडेंट वेरिएबल कौन सा है?
सर डिपेंडेंट वेरिएबल इज आवर फोर्स एंड द सरफेस रफनेस.
बिल्कुल ठीक है, बहुत बढ़िया.
एंड द
these are the
independent are cutting speeds.
Good.
Depth of cut, feed,
and temperature.
And the interfacing. For example, considering the effect of both or all the parameters simultaneously.
Very right. बहुत बढ़िया.
and the hypothesis is that the surface roughness will increase with increasing the speed.
So ये आपने directional hypothesis बनाया. What is the basis?
Sir, these are the means the literature review which we have conducted.
Shabash, very good.
Yes, sir. And the second is cutting speed has inverse relation with the tool life.
This
If
is
we
also
increase the
based
speed,
upon. हाँ, ठीक है.
the cutting forces will decrease with increase in
cutting
cutting speed, and then it will increase. We have to find out the optimum cutting speed so that the life will increase. The next point is the coefficient of friction will decrease with feed, increasing in feed. And the fourth is temperature effect will be studied. The temperature will increase as we increase the speed.
So
These
ये
are
जो
the hypotheses.
hypothesis है ना, तो because there are more than one, तो SES कर दीजिए, hypothesis, SES, not SIS. Okay.
Okay, sir. The research design will be, we have to derive the theoretical relation based on the data present in the literature. We have to derive the mathematical model. Then we have to optimize the model for the forces and the surface roughness by using genetic algorithm and the neurofuzzy systems. And we have to conduct the experimental analysis also by using Minitab and test for ANOVA and Taguchi approach.
बिल्कुल ठीक है, बहुत बढ़िया.
And
So well done, well done. So one more presentation from your college.
Yes, sir. Next presentation will be from.
अभी तक जो मैंने देखा है, after watching so many presentation, I think your one is the most rightly written. हाँ जी. So second presentation, yes. हाँ जी, second presentation.
Good morning, sir.
हाँ जी, good morning. आप अपनी PPT दिखाइए.
Yes. PPT से.
इसको क्लोज कीजिए.
Is it visible to you, sir?
हाँ जी, हाँ जी. Yes, Ashish and Shashi
Yes, sir.
Kumar.
Sir, it's Ashish from Civil Department from Dronacharya College of Engineering, Gurgaon, sir. Hello.
हाँ जी, topic.
So topic is enhancement of properties polymer modified ferrocement.
So
Hello.
from the title of the problem, please let me know which one is the treatment variable and which one is the dependent variable.
So we are calculating the strength, which is your variable, which will depend on the strength. And we are mainly focusing on the polymer ratio dependent.
Okay.
So it is varying. It is also in the slides more. When you see the next slides, it will show directly.
ठीक है, to find the effect of polymer addition. Yes.
Enhancement may be increase or decrease, sir. It just show changes.
Objective पे जाइए. हाँ जी.
Objective is to find out the effect of polymer addition on the compressive strength, flexural and modulus of strength of the mortar. First one. And
So अभी just for my knowledge, आपका ये जो first objective है, इसमें what is the treatment independent variable, that is the polymer addition, and you want to study its effect on compressive strength, flexural strength and modulus of elasticity. These are the three dependent variable.
Yes, sir. It's
यही है ना?
complete strength, sir. They are divided in partition, and the complete strength will depend on the polymer ratio.
Okay.
It's the first part, and second we are focusing on the when we are using ferrocement. First one is when we are not using the ferrocement, we are just focusing on the mortar portion. And the second part is when we are using ferrocement, we will find out flexural and tensile strength values of the polymer modified ferrocement.
आशीष जी, मुझे ये बताइए, ये जो सेकंड ऑब्जेक्टिव है,
Yes, sir.
ये क्या पहला नहीं हो सकता?
Actually, sir, इसमें दो cases design होंगे. First one is when we are designing a mortar without using ferrocement.
क्योंकि सेकंड वाले में फ्लेक्सुअल टेंसाइल स्ट्रेंथ आपने निकालनी है, वो निकालने के बाद आप पॉलीमर एडिशन को ऐड करेंगे, उसके बाद इसका इफेक्ट इसके ऊपर देखेंगे.
एक्चुअली सर पॉलीमर हम दोनों केस में यूज करेंगे.
अच्छा,
दोनों केसेस में यूज हो रहा है सर. फर्स्ट केस में वी आर नॉट यूजिंग फेरोसीमेंट, but in the second case we are using ferrocement. That's why we have two objectives.
Okay.
Next is our hypothesis. It's on the basis of changes in water cement and the latest ratio, the mechanical behavior, all the properties, your compressive, flexural, and modulus velocity will vary as per the research earlier, and the strength will vary, increasing within the latex ratio and decrease in the water cement ratio. And the polymer modification of cement paste increases. It's basically a literature part. The second hypothesis shows.
Okay.
That's not important, but it shows it's a part of hypothesis. And the research design, basically we are using the literature and whereas the practical performa, experimental detailing, and the stability of an experiment. So we are using performance stability.
अच्छा मुझे ये बताइए आशीष जी, आप you have said that you will employ true experimental design, and in case of true experimental design you have to ensure that there are some factors you have either controlled or removed, that is extraneous variable. आपने सारा कर लिया, करेंगे?
Actually it is just a practical workout. We are putting some load, so load will vary. So on the basis of the performa, the stability, it is a true experimental.
नहीं, पर true experimental purely laboratory condition में होता है.
Sir, actually it's a complete research project. This paper is throughout experimental research.
हाँ, तो कुछ आपने एक्सट्रान्यूअस वेरिएबल की बात नहीं करी कि भी कौन से एक्सट्रान्यूअस वेरिएबल हो सकते हैं जो आपके रिजल्ट को एडवर्सली अफेक्ट कर सकते हैं.
Sir, they are just minor effect, the temperature. That's why we are using, sir, 3 samples. When we consider the next page, next slide, we are taking 3 samples just for the case, in case if there is some sort of ineffectivity by the nature, we are taking 3 samples on average.
नहीं वो ठीक है, ये बिल्कुल सही है, लेकिन मैं आशीष जी ये कहना चाहूंगा कि when you are using true experimental design you have to give justification why you are using this, because you have to ensure that all the extraneous variable either you have removed or you have controlled. तो पहले उसकी लिस्ट भी देनी चाहिए कि ये extraneous variable है, इनको मैंने ऐसे ऐसे कंट्रोल किया है. जैसे आपने एक बोला टेम्परेचर है.
Yes sir.
ठीक है, या मिक्सिंग प्रॉपर नहीं हुई, कई बार मिक्सिंग नहीं हो सकती, मान लो इम्प्रॉपर मिक्सिंग है. हाँ, ये भी तो एक एक्सटर्नल वेरिएबल हो सकता है ना.
यस सर.
ना आपने ऐड किया लेकिन प्रॉपर मिक्सिंग नहीं हुई, दूसरे में हो गई. चलिए आगे चलिए.
It's a sample, sir. Then dependent variables, we are finding out the strength, different strength. It all will vary accordingly on the types of polymer we are using, or percentage of polymer we are using.
Right. हाँ जी.
Last one is the independent variable. Therefore, we will finalize the flow value by flow value test, which is vary between 110% minus.
ठीक है.
And these are measuring tools. So first we will check out the flow value, then we will go for the compression test and flexural by using. That's it, sir.
हाँ, good. So Ashish ji, again your presentation wonderful, very. आप अपना जो दूसरे सेंटर है माइक ऑफ कीजिए.
हेलो.
हाँ जी, आपकी प्रेजेंटेशन द्रोणाचार्य गुड़गांव ने दोनों प्रेजेंटेशन बहुत अच्छी बनाई है. So I congratulate all the participants at Dronacharya group of colleges at Gurgaon.
Thank you, sir.
They are now listening to PhD.
Noida. Dronacharya group of institution Noida. So Noida center, how many participants are present?
Sir, we have 23 participants in the afternoon.
Out of 30?
Yes, sir.
तो कहाँ गए 7 लोग? 7 लोग कहाँ चले गए? घर चले गए?
नहीं sir.
हाँ.
Sir, some are busy in their departments. They have been assigned with work. They were there in the morning.
मैम आप फ्री हो सारे लोग? आप भी तो बिजी हो?
Yes, sir.
तो उनको बोलिए कि इधर आइए, क्योंकि ये जो प्रैक्टिस, ये जो ग्रुप टास्क हैं, इनको दिखाने का पर्पस यही है कि एक्सचेंज ऑफ आइडियाज हो और आपको मालूम चले कि भी कैसे कैसे जो ऑब्जेक्टिव लिखते हैं, हाइपोथेसिस लिखते हैं, यू लर्न फ्रॉम अदर्स एक्सपीरियंसेस आल्सो. Even I am learning from others experiences. चलिए, तो नोएडा सेंटर प्लीज आप प्रेजेंटेशन स्टार्ट कीजिए.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so the development of biocatalytic and organocatalytic methods for asymmetric epoxide
Hello.
ring opening. हाँ जी,
Good afternoon, sir.
good afternoon.
My topic is the development of biocatalytic and organocatalytic method for asymmetric epoxide ring opening reactions.
So it is an experimental research. So
Yes,
मुझे
sir.
title से please let me know which is the treatment variable and which is the dependent variable.
So actually, let me explain. Actually, I have already done this work, and I've never ever heard about the dependent and independent variables in case of chemistry.
नहीं, ऐसा क्यों नहीं है? आप ट्रीटमेंट के बाद उसका इफेक्ट किसी की चीज के ऊपर देखते हो ना. मैंने क्या बोला था, एक्सपेरिमेंटल रिसर्च में देयर आर टू वेरिएबल्स.
Yes, sir.
वन इज से एक्सपोजर और ट्रीटमेंट. उसका इफेक्ट किसी दूसरे वेरिएबल के ऊपर देखा जाता है. दैट इज कॉल्ड एज डिपेंडेंट वेरिएबल. या
Yes,
तो
sir.
उसकी परफॉर्मेंस इंप्रूव होती है.
Yes,
है ना?
sir. We are using catalyst here to improve the reaction.
तो आपके दो. अच्छा, एक तो मैं यहाँ कहना चाहूंगा, ये जो टाइटल में द इज नॉट रिक्वायर्ड, सिंपली राइट डेवलपमेंट ऑफ बायोकैटालिटिक एंड ऑर्गेनोकैटालिटिक मेथड्स. द इज नॉट रिक्वायर्ड.
Okay.
हाँ जी,
Thank you, sir.
हाँ जी,
Okay, shall I start?
प्लीज प्लीज.
Okay. Actually, we have chosen epoxide because these are the versatile intermediate in organic synthesis. As this is epoxide is a strained ring that can be easily opened by a variety of nucleophiles such as carbanions, alcohols, amines, and thiols. As the ring open product of chiral epoxides are the important intermediate in the synthesis of a large number of biologically active and natural and synthetic products and can be used as chiral auxiliary for asymmetric synthesis. These are the some of the bioactive molecules derived from the chiral epoxides that are pharmaceutically important intermediates. At least there are three methods for the epoxide ring opening reaction.
आप नेक्स्ट स्लाइड दिखाइए, वो आ नहीं रही.
सर आ गई स्लाइड?
अभी नहीं आई. अभी फर्स्ट स्लाइड ही है. या तो आपने एंटायर स्क्रीन शेयर नहीं किया. ओनली फर्स्ट स्लाइड इज विजिबल. प्लीज मूव ऑन टू द थर्ड स्लाइड और फोर्थ स्लाइड, जो भी आपकी ने दिखानी है.
सर वेट अ मोमेंट.
नाउ इट्स ओके. इसको आप शिफ्ट करते जाइए इसी तरह.
सर शिफ्ट ही कर रहे थे. वेट अ मोमेंट सर.
हाँ जी, हाँ जी, आप ठीक है.
उसी मोड पे कर देंगे मैम. रीडेबल था मैम उस पे भी.
हाँ, बस इसी तरह आप मैन्युअली शिफ्ट करते जाइए आगे. यस, ऑब्जेक्टिव.
Actually, there are three methods: metal catalysis, biocatalysis, and the organocatalyst.
तो इन तीनों को आप यूज करेंगे?
No, sir. I'll use only organocatalyst.
लास्ट वन. तो आप कंपेयर नहीं करेंगे विच वन इज द बेटर?
Yes, sir. Obviously. Actually, metal catalyst is not good because metals are toxic in nature. Other two, biocatalyst and organocatalyst, are green. They are environment friendly. Both are equally good. But because my background is from chemistry, that is why I'll use organocatalyzed. The objective of this study is to develop the catalytic method that are benign by design. So we target to develop thiourea based organocatalyzed nucleophilic ring opening reaction of epoxides.
आपने नीरजा जी बोला बिल्कुल ठीक है, लेकिन लिखा गलत है. दोबारा जाइए. ऑब्जेक्टिव टू डेवलप, नॉट टू डेवलपमेंट ऑफ.
Yes, sir. To develop.
बोला आपने बिल्कुल ठीक है. थोड़ा सा इसको. हाँ,
Okay, sir. Okay, fine.
What is organocatalyst? Organocatalysis has been defined as acceleration of chemical reaction using stoichiometric amount of pure organic compound. Organocatalysts are generally inexpensive, stable toward air and moisture, environment friendly, and require only mild reaction conditions. Actually, we have chosen this project because we have been inspired by the nature. Because in nature, there exist, as I told, biocatalysts that are epoxide hydrolase that are used for the epoxide ring opening reaction. Here you can see that that phenol ring is used to activate the epoxide ring. So based upon that, we developed double hydrogen bonding thiourea catalyst for the epoxide ring opening reaction. So we prepared two type of catalyst. One is asymmetric.
Excuse me, we are not interested in this in more detail. हम interested हैं experimental design के ऊपर. आप सीधा उस slide पे आइए.
Because if I'll not discuss this, you will not get how we are coming to that point.
नहीं वो तो ठीक है. मुझे हमने तो जस्ट सिर्फ ये देखना ऑब्जेक्टिव ठीक लिखा है और उसके बाद रिसर्च डिजाइन क्या है और बाद में एनालिसिस कैसे किया. ये मैम आपने बहुत अच्छा लिखा हुआ है लेकिन हमारे पास टाइम नहीं है ज्यादा कि इसको डिटेल में.
Coming directly to the experimental part.
डिजाइन. हाँ जी.
Yes. As we have developed the thiourea catalyst, two types of catalysts were prepared. One are symmetric, another are asymmetric. So we have chosen this reaction, the ring opening of styrene oxide with aniline, and in this case two products are formed. We scanned a lot of thiourea catalyst and we found that catalyst number 8 gives us the best result, that is reaction completed in 5 minutes with the regioselectivity of 90:10 with the 100% conversion. So we choose this catalyst as the best catalyst and starting optimizing the reaction condition. So we have seen the effect of catalyst loading. The catalyst loading was decreases from 30 mole percent to 1 mole percent, and we have observed that at 5 mole percent of catalysis, reaction completed in 2.75 hours with the best regioselectivity, that is 85:15, and the conversion was 100% in all the cases. Then we have seen the effect of temperature. Reaction gave best result at 60 degrees centigrade with the good regioselectivity. Then we screen different solvent. As we know that solvents is a very important factor in carrying out a reaction. So we screened a lot of solvents for the reaction, and we concluded that reaction is best in neat condition rather than the aprotic polar and the non-polar solvents. Then we have seen the effect of amine, that is the second substrate, and increases its amount from 1 millimole to 12 millimole, and the reaction is best with 1 millimole and with the regioselectivity of 85:15. After getting a result with the different epoxide, we have screened all of the amines, that is aliphatic as well as the aromatic amines, and get the result with that. We have seen that when we are carrying out the reaction with the aromatic amines, we are getting the regioselectivity in the ratio of 85:15, means this product is the major product and the second product is the minor product. But in case of aliphatic amines, regioselectivity reversed. In this case, when we study the reaction of various epoxide, we have seen that in case of electron donating group, reaction time is very, very less and the regioselectivity is very high in case of methoxystyrene epoxide. This is the mode of activation of epoxide, that is activating the epoxide ring. This is electron donating group. In case of electron donating group, preferred attack is at the alpha position, and in case of electron withdrawing group, it is on the beta position. So we can conclude that we have developed a reactant economizing and environment friendly benign process for regioselective aminolysis of epoxide using equimolar quantity of reactant under solvent free condition catalyzed by NN-bis 3,5-bis trifluoromethyl phenyl thiourea catalyst. Based upon that, we have prepared for the very first time chiral thiourea catalyst for the asymmetric ring opening of mesoepoxides. We have taken cinchona alkaloids and prepared thiourea catalyzed reaction, and all these catalysts were used for the ring opening reaction, and we have this catalyst, this 22F that is mentioned, gives us the best yield, that is 75%, with an ensure selectivity of 94%. Above 94% an ensure selectivity is considered as best in case of chemistry. Then we see the amount of solvent. Amount of 25 microliter comes out to the best with an ensure selectivity of 94%. Then we vary the amount of N-phenylpiperazine, that is our nucleophile, that gives the ensure selectivity of 95% at 1.1% equivalent of N-phenylpiperazine. After that, same as in case of achiral catalyst, we scan different solvent. That is, we come to the conclusion that in case of chloroform, reaction gives us the best ensure selectivity, that is more than 99%. And in case of THF also, we get the 99% in ensure selectivity, but reaction yield was very less in that case. After that, we vary the catalyst loading from 5% to 15 mole%, and reaction gives the best result in case of 10 mole% catalyst. Then after that, we vary different amines and found that only in case of N-phenylpiperazine, we are getting an ensure selectivity of 99%. So the conclusion is that first organocatalytic methodologies has been developed for asymmetric epoxide ring opening reaction with aliphatic amines using chiral thiourea as catalyst. The asymmetric ring opening yield chiral beta amino alcohols in good yield and enensure selectivity. Thank you, sir.
तो नीरज जी, ये आपने प्योरली लेबोरेटरी कंडीशन में किया है? एनी वेरिएबल यू हैव कंट्रोल्ड, कोई एक्सटर्नस वेरिएबल?
Yes, sir. Sir, I have done this under the lab condition, obviously, and I've used HPLC, chiral HPLC for the same.
And this was for your MSc or PhD thesis?
PhD work, sir.
Achha, you have been awarded degree?
Yes, sir.
Okay, congratulations. So
Thank
I
you,
think
sir.
the experimental research design is clear to you, but आपकी स्टडी में जैसे हमने बताया ना that there should be some ट्रीटमेंट वेरिएबल, डिपेंडेंट वेरिएबल वो नहीं था, जस्ट एक आपने रिएक्शन से सिंथेसिस किया है.
यस सर,
सिंथेसिस कैरी आउट किया है, उसका फर्दर जो है वो आपने स्टडी नहीं किया, वो फर्दर स्कोप के लिए छोड़ा होगा आपने.
यस सर, सर माय जूनियर इज कैरिंग फॉरवर्ड दिस.
ओके ओके, so thank you very much. Any other person who wants to make presentation from your college? Any other faculty who wants to present from Noida?
Yes sir.
हाँ जी.
Hello sir.
हाँ जी बोलिए.
Good afternoon sir. Myself Dr. Aditi Paul from Department of IT.
हाँ जी.
Sir, my research topic is signal strength based analysis of Sybil node in mobile ad hoc network. Sir, is that visible to you?
हाँ जी हाँ जी.
Okay, right. Thank you.
अभी आप पहले टॉपिक से बताइए, which one is your treatment variable? Signal strength based analysis.
Right.
And इसका इफेक्ट आप किसके ऊपर देख रहे हो?
सर मैं इसका इम्पैक्ट देख रही हूँ मोबाइल एड हॉक नेटवर्क के परफॉर्मेंस पे ऊपर.
ओके ओके ठीक है. Go ahead. What are your objectives?
Sir, the objective of my study is, the first one is to observe the transmission power of a Sybil node and other true nodes also in a mannet.
Okay, objective slide.
Objective slide.
हाँ, okay.
The first objective is to observe the transmission power of the Sybil node and other true nodes also in a mannet. This is the first objective. And the second objective is that if a true node is having higher transmission power than a threshold, then to design a graphical technique in order to distinguish between a Sybil node and a true node. So with these two objectives, I made the hypothesis. The first hypothesis is, if a node is having transmission power higher than the threshold, then it is always a suspected node. Now the suspected node may be a true node or it may be a Sybil node. So the second hypothesis is that if a suspected node is showing a smooth tail in the signal strength analysis graph, then it is a true node, otherwise it is a Sybil node. So for the second hypothesis, I would go with the research design. So in the research design, I have gone through several steps. The first step is to design a manet of 44 nodes and observe the behavior of the nodes in terms of transmission power. So I want to mention one thing here. The transmission power is one variable that you are asking for, that you want to know that what are the dependent and independent variables. So here the transmission power is one variable, and with this transmission power I calculate the threshold transmission power of that specific manet. And in the second step, I considered some of the nodes as attacker, Sybil attacker, who change their transmission power time to time. So time is another variable here. Next, at the same time, I considered some true node having transmission power higher than the threshold. Next, through simulation, I isolate all those nodes having abnormal transmission power than the usual. These suspected nodes are then observed through simulation and their behavior were plotted in a graph. And that is the graph that I have designed in this experiment. And ultimately I can come to the conclusion that since a Sybil attacker changes its transmission power time to time, the tail of the graph shows an asymmetric behavior. Whereas for the true node, this is smooth. And this is the signal strength analysis graph. So here, sir, the transmission power is the dependent variable and which depends upon the time of the simulation. With simulation time, we here see that the RSPs, that is received signal power, which is the measurement of signal strength of the nodes, is varied. And the red one is the Sybil node and the green one is the legitimate node. Here we see that the legitimate node is having a smooth tail, whereas for the Sybil node, it is having a long tail with a zigzag behavior. So that was all about my experimental study. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. So any reactions from your colleagues about your this topic?
Sorry, sir?
Any reactions of your students or your participants on your topic?
No.
No. Okay. Okay, thank you very much. Now we move to TITS Bhivani. TITS Bhivani.
Yes. Yeah. Good afternoon, sir.
TITS Bhivani. So TITS Bhivani.
We are ready with two presentations, sir.
So may I know how many participants are present now?
19 participants we are here and almost all are present.
Okay. So now start your presentation.
Yes, sir.
Sir, is it visible to you, sir?
This slide is not visible. आप screen share कीजिए.
Presentation. Slide share में जाओ.
Hangout के लेफ्ट पे स्लाइड शेयर का ऑप्शन है. उसमें एंटायर स्क्रीन को क्लिक कीजिए.
शेयर करो.
नहीं, हाँ जी.
Is it visible?
Yes, yes.
Okay, sir. Now, here the topic is the effect of fiber, fabric, and garment parameters on the comfort properties of garment.
So let me know which one are the treatment variable and which are the dependent variable.
Now, here is a dependent variable are the comfort properties. That will be discussed later on, the wicking properties, water vapor property. And treatment are the fiber property parameters like fiber denier, and fabric parameters in terms of the fabric shape, and garment parameters in terms of the stitch density and seam proper type.
So it means there are three types of treatment: fiber only, fiber, fabric, and then third one.
Yes, yes. So here the research question is the which parameters specify the comfort, that is the example of softness, air permeability, moisture permeability, flexibility of fabric, etc. And what variables are to be selected which can influence the above mentioned parameters, that is the garment design, fabric compression, and fiber type. So that's why we have chosen the fiber type in terms of the fiber denier, fabric construction in terms of the thread density, and the garment design in terms of the stitch density. Okay, sir?
Okay.
And the objectives are that like effect of fiber tenure on the comfort properties of fabrics, like water, vapor, permeability, etc. Effect of fabric density, that is
sir
that
इस
is EPI and PPI on.
सर ये जो ऑब्जेक्टिव है ना, इसमें इफेक्ट वर्ड से पहले लिख दीजिए टू स्टडी द इफेक्ट ऑफ.
Okay, to study the effect.
ठीक है.
Right. Okay. Then similarly in everywhere it is to study the effect of fabric density, that is EPI and PPI, on the comfort properties, that is water vapor permeability, weakening properties, etc. And the study of effect of garment design, that is the stitch density, seam types on the comfort properties, that is water vapor permeability, weakening properties. Okay, sir?
Okay.
Okay. Then, so the research hypothesis is that the decrease in fiber tenure will improve comfort properties of fabrics significantly. Increase in fabric density will decrease the comfort properties significantly, and decrease in stitch and seam density will significantly improve comfort properties. So this is our hypothesis.
सर इसका बेसिस क्या है? आपने ये हाइपोथेसिस कैसे फ्रेम किए?
This hypothesis taken for the literature review are already known to us, and but then we have to see that how to what extent it significant.
Okay,
so
good.
Our research will be in that way. So the measuring tools are the moisture return of fiber, the weakability of fiber and yarn packing density, yarn diameter, and the bending rigidity of fabric. So these are the measuring tools which will measure the comfort property. And sampling plan is the fibers and yarns and fabrics to be used from the same lot, because there are the lot to lot variations are taking place, and hence the comfort properties will be varying. So that's why we have chosen that fibers, yarns, and fabrics to be taken from the same lot or same type of. So these are, you can say, the constant, like the weave, like denim fabric, suppose, for an example. So we can have a variety of denim fabrics. We have to take that constraint into account, and sampling will be done during different seasons to study the influence of seasonal effect also. Like there are the summer season, the winter season. So here the fabric parameters also changes. So we have chosen the box and blank and design of 3 factors, in which the 13 fabric samples will be made, and here the A, B, C, then the codified. A stands for the fiber tenure, B stands for the fabric density, and C is the garment design, that is the stitch density. And the results analysis based on the box, bank, and design will carry out the response surface equations, and the explained results will be characterized through the ANOVA, that is the SPSS software, which the analysis of variation will be taking place. And afterwards, these problems will be solved by conducting post-hoc tests. So this is our research work.
So well done sir. आपका बिल्कुल उसी तरह था जैसे हम चाहते हैं. बहुत बढ़िया आपने दिया. तो बिल्कुल जैसा एक्सपेरिमेंटल स्टडी होना चाहिए उसी तरह ऑब्जेक्टिव्स थे, हाइपोथेसिस थे, एंड रिसर्च डिजाइन था. Well done.
Thank you, sir.
Any other presentation?
Yes, another next presentation will be done by Madam Shelly Khanna.
Okay जी.
Hello.
हाँ जी.
Hello.
हाँ जी please.
Hello.
हाँ जी please continue.
Sir, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Again.
Sir, I will be presenting upon effect of sewing process properties of cotton sewing threads and seams. So the research problem which I had looked for and identified was, during the sewing process, the sewing threads are under a lot of external stimuli, that is forces and stresses in the sewing process. The property investigated and controlled. Measures are to be taken if possible. The interactions of the sewing process variables are also crucial for the remedial measures to be taken during the sewing process. Hypothesis that was formulated: if the effect of sewing process variables on the sewing thread tensile properties and seam strength is significant. Objectives of the study were taken as under: to investigate the effect of second order interactions of sewing process variables on the cotton based sewing thread tensile properties, formulation of a well-defined statistical design, effect of sewing process variables on the seam strength and also the seam efficiency of the made seams, correlation of the sewing thread strength with the seam strength.
मैम एक मैं कहना चाहूंगा, आपका जो हाइपोथेसिस है वो इट शुड कम आफ्टर द ऑब्जेक्टिव, और जो ऑब्जेक्टिव है आपने लिखा टू स्टडी टू इन्वेस्टिगेट द इफेक्ट ऑफ सेकंड ऑर्डर इंटरेक्शन, तो आपने सेकंड ऑर्डर इंटरेक्शन लिया, व्हाट अबाउट द मेन इफेक्ट्स?
The main effects will also be investigated because that work has already been done in the previous by the previous researchers. A lot of work has already been done on the first order interaction, first order or the main variables. That's why I'll be mainly working upon the second order interactions.
Then जो आपने लिखा
one of the main objectives.
Formulation of statistical design. This is not the formulation of statistical designs. Objective number 2. This is not the objective of your study. ये तो आपने स्टैटिस्टिकल डिजाइन लगाना है, ये ऑब्जेक्टिव नहीं है, ठीक है। देन थर्ड वन है टू स्टडी, हाँ थर्ड वन टू स्टडी द इफेक्ट ऑफ स्यूइंग प्रोसेस ऑन सीम स्ट्रेंथ एंड सीम एफिशिएंसी। ये जो थर्ड ऑब्जेक्टिव है, इट शुड कम एट फर्स्ट नंबर, पहले आप ये स्टडी करेंगे।
Sir, that is the first objective is related to one of the components of the seams, that is the swing threads. Later on, this objective is going to come, that is how the effect of swing process is there on the seam strength, because swing threads are composing a seam, and finally the seam efficiency. I think I need to clarify at this stage that initially the swing threads were studied, which are making up the seams and the garments. So after that, once the swing threads have been studied and been through, then after that seam strength and seam efficiency is to be investigated.
और ये
there are
number,
two things which I'm working upon.
And number 4 को थोड़ा रीराइट कर दीजिए, टू स्टडी द रिलेशनशिप ऑफ सीम थ्रेड स्ट्रेंथ विद सीम स्ट्रेंथ, टू स्टडी द रिलेशनशिप।
Okay, sir. Okay, I'll do that.
इसके बाद हाइपोथेसिस आएंगे।
Fine. I think I have missed the slides. The order of the slides I have missed. I think.
Okay.
Techniques which I have used pictorial design with reduced runs, that is Box and Benton pictorial design at reduced runs, having 4 factors at 3 levels. The independent variables which I have taken, they were 4 in number, that was fabric weight, swing thread fineness, swing speed of the machine, and stitch density, that is the number of stitches per unit length or per unit length or per inch. After that, the dependent variables which were started with the use of these 4 independent variables were straight thread, swing thread strength, loop strength, knot strength, and elongation. By using the statistical design, that is Box and Benton, I have plotted response surface plots to study the lack of fit for the various models, as well as the regression equations with the use of MATLAB. After that, a brief look at the different the factors and levels for the Box and Benton research design. As 3 levels I have taken along with the 4 factors which I am showing, and finally a research plan for carrying out the process for the evaluation as well as the optimization of the process parameters.
मैं यहाँ जानना चाहूंगा TITS भिवानी में, are you offering PhD program also? दूसरे सेंडर प्लीज अपना माइक जो है वो उसको स्विच ऑफ कर दें। हाँ जी, TITS भिवानी, आपके यहाँ बैचलर डिग्री होती है या मास्टर ऑफ इंजीनियरिंग भी होती है?
Sorry?
Are you offering ME program also?
We are offering BTech, MTech and PhD also, sir.
Okay. तभी ये सारे जो टॉपिक्स हैं ये आपके बहुत बढ़िया आपने डिजाइन तैयार किए हुए हैं, तो बहुत बढ़िया। तो मैं चाहूंगा कि भी आप इनको हमें भेजिए ताकि इसको थोड़ा सा और मॉडिफाई हम करके तो आपको वापस कर देंगे। You send your these two.
I'll ask my coordinator to do the same.
हमें भेजिए ताकि हम इसको अनु जी को बोल देना कि भी वो हमें भेज दें, ठीक है जी?
Sure, sir.
Okay. Now we move to IEC Noida. IEC Noida. IEC Noida.
Hello, sir.
हाँ जी. May I know how many participants are present right now? IEC Noida.
हेलो
दूसरे सेंटर प्लीज अपना माइक ऑफ मोड में ले जाइए।
हेलो
दूसरे सेंटर प्लीज अपना माइक म्यूट मोड में ले जाओ। हाँ जी, आईसी नोएडा।
हेलो
हाँ जी,
हेलो गुड आफ्टरनून सर।
गुड आफ्टरनून।
इन आवर सेंटर
हाँ, may I know how many participants are present now?
yes, 23 out of 36 and rest of the members went to the meeting.
14 are present out of
23 out of 36.
26 out of 36. Okay. So please.
The members went to the meeting.
Okay, no problem. So please make your presentation.
Yes, sir. Just a minute, sir.
Is it visible?
Hello.
हाँ जी.
Yes, sir. Is it visible now?
नहीं, PPT is not visible. Please screen share कीजिए. Google Hang के left hand side में there is option screen share. तो screen share entire screen.
Okay, just a minute, sir. Hello.
हाँ जी.
Is it visible now, sir?
Not now. Yes. हाँ. अभी करिए.
Yes, sir. Sir, my topic is study the relationship between soil properties, different type of oil containing rocks to predict the oil availability and yield prediction using data warehousing and mining techniques.
Okay. So from the title of this study, you please let us know which are your independent variables, that is treatment variable, and which are the dependent variables.
Yes, sir. Sir, in this there is a just a minute. There is some velocities of the rocks, P and S wave velocities of the various earth materials that affect the oil availability and yield prediction.
Okay.
Okay, sir. And the rest is just this one is geophysical parameters and geological parameters which can affect the oil availability and for which will be the major for predicting the oil availability and yield prediction.
Okay. So what are the objectives?
Okay, sir. Objective is my to develop the expert system.
Second slide पे जाइए. Second slide में.
Yes, sir. Just a minute. This one. So objective and the
आया नहीं अभी. Objective second slide पे जाइए.
this one. Hello.
प्रेजेंटेशन मोड पे जाइए और सेकंड स्लाइड में आइए. ये फर्स्ट स्लाइड ही दिख रही है आपकी. घनश्याम जी सेकंड स्लाइड पे जाइए. हाँ जी. इट्स ओके.
Yes, sir. This one.
हाँ जी, हाँ जी.
Yes, sir. So my objective is to develop an expert system for oil availability and yield prediction using data mining techniques.
तो ये आपने लिखा तो बिल्कुल ठीक, बोला तो आपने ठीक है, लेकिन लिखा पैराज में है.
Actually, sir, there's a time. I didn't prepare. I didn't so much. There is not so much time for me for preparing these slides.
So first objective क्या था? To develop
an expert system for oil availability and yield prediction.
Okay. Second.
Yes, sir. Using data mining techniques for to predict the oil availability and yield prediction. And first objective is the study of relationship between the soil properties and different type of rocks to predict the oil availability and yield prediction. That means I am establishing a relationship and that tells me that whether these soil properties and different type of rocks affect the oil availability or not. This is my hypothesis.
हाँ जी, हाँ जी,
Okay, sir, and
हाँ जी,
for that, sir, I am using Vika tool, that data mining tool Vika. This is Vekato environment for knowledge analysis. Hello.
हाँ जी, हाँ जी, प्लीज चलिए आगे.
Sir, it's a university of one of the university in New Zealand that has developed this software Vika, and this is used for a data mining and analysis purpose. So I am classifying. There is a classifying the models. Here it is written classification, creating models, then mapping independent attribute classes. Hello.
हाँ जी, हाँ जी, प्लीज.
Yes, sir. Sir, this my sample space is this all the parameters of soil which I have already shown. Just a minute. Last this one. These one. The geophysical and geological parameter. There are various parameters which can affect the oil availability and yield prediction. So, such as permeability, porosity, hydrocarbon holding rocks, mineral composition, sedimentary structure, pressure in the well, P and S wave velocity of the different rocks, impedance, thickness. So, sir, these are the much more factors which can affect the different type of rocks which can contain the oil, which contain the possibility of oil. For that also sample space is different well log data, different type of wells that are already dug in this scenario. Hello.
हाँ जी, घनश्याम जी, आपके इतने सारे वेरिएबल्स हैं, इनको अगर आप स्टेप बाय स्टेप लिखते ना ऑब्जेक्टिव में, देयर कुड बी सो मेनी ऑब्जेक्टिव्स, तो उससे आपको और क्लैरिटी होगी फॉर कैरिंग आउट दी वर्क. तो ऑब्जेक्टिव्स में अभी थोड़ी सी शॉर्टकमिंग है.
यस सर, बिल्कुल है सर.
एंड और साथ में मुझे ये बताइए कौन से अदर फैक्टर्स हैं व्हिच कैन अफेक्ट योर आउटकम, एनी अदर एक्सटर्नस वेरिएबल.
सर, extraneous variables I don't expect this one. Why? Because
क्यों? क्योंकि कोई स्टडी को तो आप अफेक्ट कर सकते हैं. ऐसे आप एंटीसिपेट कीजिए ना कौन से फैक्टर्स हैं व्हिच कैन इन्फ्लुएंस द आउटकम ऑफ योर स्टडी. तो उनको कंट्रोल करना है या उनको रिमूव करना है?
yes sir. In that we can say sir some geochemical or geophysical, this is left side, geophysical parameters which can already enhance these this prediction of the oil availability. And
हाँ, तो उनको कंट्रोल करोगे या उनको रिमूव करोगे ना, वो भी आपको बताना है.
this will be considered. Why? Because
consider. ठीक है जी.
and geological and
okay.
Right now I don't think so much that adversely affect my this result.
नहीं, वो तो आपको लिटरेचर सर्वे करना पड़ेगा ना, क्योंकि कौन से फैक्टर्स हैं. और ठीक है, ओके, थैंक यू वेरी मच. नाउ एनी अदर प्रेजेंटेशन फ्रॉम आईआईसी नोएडा?
No sir, no other presentation.
Okay, now we move to Government Engineering College, Bharatpur. Bharatpur.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. So may I know how many participants are present?
22.
22. Okay. So start with your presentation.
Okay. Sir, is it visible? Sir, is it visible?
Okay. Please proceed आगे.
Sir, my problem is brittle marble containing different faults under axial compression.
Okay.
Our objective is to determine the effect of fault geometry on the strength of marble.
Good.
And our hypothesis is the fall length should contribute major roles in the strength of a marble.
ये जो आपने बोला फ्लॉ लेंथ, ओके, दैट शुड कंट्रीब्यूट मेजर रोल इन स्ट्रेंथ ऑफ मार्बल, ये हाइपोथेसिस का वो जो सेंटेंस की फॉर्मेट जो है वो ठीक नहीं है. आपका है स्टडी टू डिटरमिन द इफेक्ट ऑफ फ्लॉ ज्योमेट्री ऑन द स्ट्रेंथ ऑफ मार्बल, है ना. तो फ्लॉ ज्योमेट्री को आप वेरी करेंगे डिफरेंट?
Yes sir, we vary it.
वेरी करेंगे, and you will say that introduction of variation of flaw geometry will improve the strength of the marble.
हाँ, yes sir.
है ना, ऐसा ही है ना आपका hypothesis ये?
No sir, actually by changing whole length and angle, the strength of marble decreases.
हाँ, तो इसको इस तरह से इस फॉर्मेट में लिखना, so that you can measure it very well. ये जो आपका लिखा है फ्लॉ लेंथ शुड कंट्रीब्यूट मेजर रोल इन स्ट्रेंथ ऑफ मार्बल, यू कैन नॉट मेजर इट. आपको टेस्ट भी करना है हाइपोथेसिस, ठीक है. ओके, नाउ प्रोसीड फर्दर. रिसर्च डिजाइन.
The membrane in the marble specimen are calcite, dolomite, and magnesite, and the chemical components are generally calcium and magnesium. The geometrical sample we have taken is of cylindrical shape of dimension 50 mm dia and 100 mm length. The crystalline structure should be a bulky structure and have a weight about 2700 kg per meter cube. The sample is drilled from the same block in the same direction so as to avoid the anisotropy in the experiment. By using a high-speed electric machine, we cut the 3D holes in the specimens of generally thickness of 0.5 mm to 0.3 mm, and a rock servo machine is used to apply the tensile load, compressive load on that particular sample. For measure it, we use LVDT to record the data and analyze it. Here the control variables are our flow angles, ligament angle, flow length, ligament length. Actually this is a specimen and these are faults, and this is our fold length, angle, and this is ligament length and ligament angle. And other variable is uniaxial compression that we can change according to us. The uncontrollable variables are initiation of crack, where the crack has been started in this specimen, and the stress strain generated. Other variables that we have not included are voids and impurity present in the sample.
सर आपने लिखा है you want to study the effect of flaw geometry, क्या ज्योमेट्री है, क्या था टॉपिक पे जाइए. फ्लॉ ज्योमेट्री ऑन द स्ट्रेंथ ऑफ मार्बल. तो जो स्ट्रेंथ ऑफ मार्बल है इसके कौन सी प्रॉपर्टीज आप देखेंगे?
सर जनरली स्ट्रेस स्ट्रेन कर्व से इसकी स्ट्रेंथ पता करते हैं सर.
What are the components of how you will say that marble has got strength? It means आप कुछ प्रॉपर्टीज आप मेजर करेंगे.
सर एक्चुअली
देखो स्ट्रेंथ ऑफ मार्बल बहुत वेग हो गया ना, उसके कौन से एस्पेक्ट्स होंगे?
कंप्रेसिव स्ट्रेंथ
वो आपने लिए नहीं है इसमें. आप स्ट्रेंथ मार्बल की स्ट्रेंथ को कैसे मेजर करोगे?
सर बाय सीइंग दिस कर्व्स के हाउ जैसे जैसे हम सर फॉल्स बढ़ा रहे हैं, उसके एंगल चेंज कर रहे हैं, अपनी स्ट्रेंथ डिक्रीज होती जा रही है.
नहीं, पर मार्बल की स्ट्रेंथ को कैसे मेजर करोगे? क्योंकि ये स्ट्रेंथ होगी या कम होगी, ज्यादा हो गई, कुछ उसकी प्रॉपर्टीज होंगी, कोई डेंसिटी होगी, कोई उसका कोई और क्या प्रॉपर्टीज आप कुछ मेजर नहीं करोगे? कैसे आपको?
तो बाय यूजिंग स्ट्रेस स्ट्रेन कर्व.
हाँ वही ना, क्यों जैसे आपने कहा फ्लॉ ज्योमेट्री का इफेक्ट से मार्बल की स्ट्रेंथ जो है वो स्ट्रेंथ मेजर करनी है, तो मार्बल की स्ट्रेंथ को मेजर कैसे करोगे आप?
By seeing this curve.
यहाँ थोड़ा सा एम्बिग्युइटी है, अदरवाइज योर ऑब्जेक्टिव इज गुड. हाइपोथेसिस में थोड़ा सा चेंज चाहिए. रिसर्च डिजाइन ठीक है, आपने कंट्रोल्ड वेरिएबल भी ले लिए और एक्सटर्नस वेरिएबल भी ले लिए, थोड़ा सा आपको कंपोनेंट्स ऑफ मेजरमेंट वो नहीं आपने मेंशन किया, ठीक है। तो एनी अदर प्रेजेंटेशन फ्रॉम भरतपुर?
Yes, sir. There is. From civil department. Civil department. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. See it.
Hello, good afternoon, sir.
Vanji, good afternoon.
So my topic is to study the application of turn steel scraps.
आपका पीपीटी नहीं आ रहा?
Yes, sir. We are sharing it. Is it visible, sir?
हाँ जी, हाँ जी.
First is topic, sir. To study the application of turn steel scraps as fibers in concrete. Object to determine rehabilitative approaches on creating sustainable concrete by adopting fly ash blended concrete, which is again modified by adding steel fibers. Next is hypothesis. The compressive strength should be reduced by the use of scrap steel. Next is the study of strength parameter of high strength concrete with steel fibers reinforcement in varying percentage up to 1%. Independent variables. First is concrete M40 and M60 grade of concrete. Next is steel fibers based from lattice of, that is fiber steels. Next is dependent variables, member sizes, weight, creep and shrinkage, durability. Next is research.
सर ऐसा है, ये जो आपके इंडिपेंडेंट वेरिएबल एंड डिपेंडेंट वेरिएबल है, from the list of independent variable and dependent variable, it is not clearly indicated in the topic of the problem, because topic doesn't indicate the relationship of independent variable and dependent variable. Topic may have to study the application of turn steel scraps as fibers in concrete.
Yes, sir.
तो आपने एप्लीकेशन स्टडी करनी है, इसमें वो एक्सपेरिमेंट की बात नहीं हो रही, लेकिन आप जब हाइपोथेसिस लिख रहे हैं और वेरिएबल्स की बात कर रहे हैं, उसमें आप डिपेंडेंट और इंडिपेंडेंट वेरिएबल ले रहे हैं, तो थोड़ा सा मैचिंग नहीं है. और फिर आपने ऑब्जेक्टिव में लिखा है टू डिटरमिन द रिहेबिलिटेटिव अप्रोचेस ऑन क्रिएटिंग सस्टेनेबल कंक्रीट बाय अडॉप्टिंग फ्लाई ऐश ब्लेंडेड कंक्रीट. अगेन ये आपके टॉपिक के साथ मैच नहीं कर रहा. तो जो ऑब्जेक्टिव्स हैं दे शुड फॉलो द प्रॉब्लम, और ऑब्जेक्टिव से ही जो है हाइपोथेसिस आएंगे, एंड जो वेरिएबल्स हैं दे नीड टू बी इंडिकेटेड इन द टॉपिक इटसेल्फ कि भी क्या चीज आप स्टडी करना चाह रहे हैं. तो थोड़ा सा इसमें थोड़ी सी गैप है. आप उसे मुझे भेजिए और मुझे पूरा पेपर भेज दीजिए, देन आई विल करेक्ट इट एंड सेंड बैक टू यू. ठीक है. So now we are with the we have observed presentation from 8 institution and 5 are left. One is DAV Institute of Engineering and Technology Jalandhar, YMCA University of Science and Technology Faridabad, PV Institute of Technology Vijayawada, and then CV Raman College of Engineering Bhubaneswar, and Sukhmani Institute of Engineering and Technology Derabasi. So we are already 10 past 4. So on Monday we may get some time and we may request the remaining 5 institutions to make presentations. So with these presentation we will close today's session, and I would say only that many of the institutions have prepared their topics as per the requirement of experimental research, and they have done very well. And I will request all the participants to send their presentation to NITTTRCHD, and we will vet it and we will send back to you in 2-3 days. So with these words, I thank all the 13 institutions, and all the members were present. So now we meet on Monday at 9:30, and on Monday the first session will be on operation research with special emphasis on optimization techniques. So thank you very much. So we
Sir,
close.
excuse me, sir.
Hanji, Hanji.
Sir, if you permit, quickly we will present, sir. This is from Vijayawada, sir. PVP Siddhartha.
Sir, we will give you time on Monday. Definitely Monday we will request you to make presentation.
Okay, sir.
Okay, thank you.